Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Neo Contra, Tentrussi, Tumai, Think Like, wow, welcome. Back in our Republic, trying to build our MegaCity 19 center. It's going well, except for money. But maybe the clothing factory can do its thing now. Seems like it's progressing nicely. We'll have to see if the fabric is enough, or, well, it doesn't look like it's enough because we already have more room for fabric than it has capacity. So I guess I'll add another train car or two once this becomes an issue for fabric, just to make sure we always have enough. Which I guess will be a thing quite quickly. I'll get the train car, sure. I mean, they're available right now, so I don't even need to do the setting, I guess. Let's buy one. Oh, we even have the Dresden now, but if we want more modern ones than the castle, then I guess we have to produce them. Also, the Dresden one is just worse, I think. Same capacity and longer. Let's get 2 train cars and make them fabric. Need to keep the production going. Alright. Go pick up the train cars. Hello, cool ghost. Welcome. I just had a burger. I might be a bit sluggish. Whew. Went to 5 guys. It was very windy. Something fell off my bike and was rolling along the road and I had to chase it. It wasn't off the bike, it was a bag, but it was carried by the bike. So I had to chase a bag. And then, yeah. I thought it was secure, but then when I turned, a gust of wind caught it and it flew away. Voluntary exercise. It really was, yeah. But nothing bad happened. I rolled over it, it came to a stop, and then I got it. It would have gone indefinitely, I think. But yeah. So, we got a grocer now, meaning more housing capacity pretty much. We are fine with that. None of the houses are set to go anywhere except this one, to make sure that there's someone working in the fire station next to the concrete plant and asphalt plant. But this one's full now. I guess they could work wherever. Got our first theater. Cinema would be half the amount of workers needed, but I just wanted to build a theater, I guess. We got open hull carriages heading this way. The resource storages have been assigned. Yeah, we could have 2 open hull construction offices here to help with the resource carrying, I guess. But I'm not going to overdo it at the moment. I want to see what the clothing factory does for us. We made a lot of money last month, but that's because we exported all the stored clothing that was here before. Best part of this game is making cursed rails to make my conductor friends upset with. Yep. That is something that is quite easily done. I try to keep it to realistic looking railways, but that's personal opinion and I don't know if it's actually realistic looking. First bus stop, almost ready. After which we can relocate the vehicles. I guess I could put the construction office vehicles into a construction office. Since they're now set to auto search whatever, they can also be in a building. And I think the cranes should probably be relocated. Once they're not busy. I don't want to move them off of construction sites right now. Yep, we need more fabric. 2 extra train cars should hold until we run out of food. And if we run into the issue that the food is insufficient, then we can flip one of the train cars from fabric to food. Well, I can also hold... wait. The food one holds the clothing. The fabric could also hold clothing, I guess. If there's room in it. What other overlap could we have? There's no other export we have, I guess. Yeah, both the food and the fabric can cram as much clothing in there as they want. Because we wait until unloaded for food, so the space should be empty for the clothing export. And we know that fabric is used up, so we can fill it with clothing too. I mean, everything could be filled with clothing, because it'll be export. Every cargo wagon could have fabric clothing set to export somewhere in there. Hopefully the open hull carriages arrive here soon. What are the water ones doing? We got a water substation now. The water carriages should be not as busy anymore, unless we don't have enough and the carry capacity is insufficient, but I don't think so. Should be okay, I think. I guess they were just all busy at the same time. Hello Thorgrim. Hello Rickety Railway. Welcome. We'll reduce our need on sewage carriages, and then we can use more water ones. Not the auxiliary settlement, thank you. You are full, you are empty. There you go. Pick up from here for now. But we'll relocate you soon to pick up from the bus platform, and these stops will become obsolete, and the workers arriving here by train with horse carriages later on will then walk to the same bus stop for now. And from that stop, if no one picks them up, they can also walk to the clothing factory, so everything will be fine. The temporary walk path around here will become obsolete. One is not assigning itself. Which one is it? A lot of them. I guess I need to finish the other construction tasks first, but... I mean, I set all of these to max search range, so they well, not max, but close to. No, you shouldn't auto-search. $700 people coming out of winter, missing to get our research point. Housing capacity should be available. Not sure if they can do it, but the last couple population growth phases were quite impressive. 400 people. So probably not this winter, this summer, but maybe the next one. But we'll also get more housing, and then more people can move in, so the population growth might be more reliable too. There you go, fabric for days. Let's see if that's enough. Hello, Black Moondove. Welcome. Go. Open hull carriages have arrived. They can assist with construction tasks and deliver more materials. We will have to be careful about money, but let's see what the clothing factory can do. We did fill up all of the fabric storage, which was quite expensive, I think. 100k rubles this month, none last month, 135k total this year, 176,000. Crop imports are expensive. Crop is becoming the most expensive good for our republic. Stupid horses. We might have to set up the farm. Or at least like a way to get crops. Doesn't have to be a farm. Can be a distribution office with some fields. Do it like early New York pictures, where they're doing farming right next to the city. Horses are not stupid. They're stupidly expensive. If we're paying more money for crops than for steel. Sheesh. Yeah, the inflation, I mean. 1,200 with horses. With horses. Wittiness. Bus stop is done. You pick up people from here now. If we decide to do farming here, we would send people from MegaCity 19 center to this area. And I think we would also do food production in this area. So we would have a rail line coming off of after the train platform, I think, going into the area for loading food. So we would make food in this area directly from the field with a grain silo as an intermediate storage. And also be able to pick up crops onto the train directly so that they can feed horses in our city. But it looks like we'll have to do some farming because the crop prices are crazy. And going over to road vehicles with fuel is not an option, because the price in that one is even more ridiculous. That's a trick question, Black Moon Dove, because that would just result in either humble brags or be just saying weird stuff. So the people from the train platform would have to go to the fields so they can sow them and harvest them. Well, we can also use tractors for sowing, but harvesting is not an option. I guess there's also gravel here. Quarried stone. Huh. Gravel? With workers? There's also gravel on this hill. We'd put down a fire station, and there would probably be 2 farms. One on this side, opening up this area for farming around the hill. There would be a bus platform. People from the train station would have to walk to both bus platforms. And then from this side we will have to see later on if we can set up another farm here with fields and another bus platform. I guess the train platform would unload the workers into all 3 bus platforms. And then from the bus platforms they go back to the train platform. So it like tries to balance the amount of workers in the area between all the bus platforms. Fewer workers. No, not fewer workers. This platform will be quite important for maintenance reasons. How much gravel is here? I mean, if we start extracting quarried stone here with manual labor, we could make this a gravel source too. Have a road connection through here. Footpath from the bus stop or the train platform. And then just run a stone quarry and a gravel processing plant. That would be the easiest way to get gravel, I guess. Running out of money. Again. There. So we're still at 4 million rubles, barely. But I have an extra loan now. It's fine. I guess gravel processing would be the easiest. No more gravel imports, bring it in by ourselves. But is gravel worth it? Last time it looked like it might be. Yeah, it could be. Chemicals are also really expensive because of the oil price being so extremely high. But oil exports to the east are not that great, normally. Maybe we could set up a meat production in the MegaCity center. I mean, right now we're trying clothing. It's like one of the first production chains we can try and run here that's not too polluting. Pre-quarried stone, lots of history. Oh no, the history lesson is gonna start again. Dumpers are not busy, so they can do more work, I guess. And yeah, from here, I guess the only thing passengers can't reach is the clinic. So if they want to get to the clinic right now, they have to go to the other bus stop. But everything else they can try first locally. Which I guess also means they would walk to another bus stop if it is in range and accepts passengers, but it shouldn't be. No more workers accepted here. Get them all out of here. No, they will not. They're going to the clothing factory. Horse veterinary, quite important. Well, I assume so. To check the wear and tear on all vehicles. There's a couple over 20%. And temporary construction sector. I mean, some of them are just old. More housing, more people, more clothing factory production. Wow, I still think we might need more fabric. Or less food in the train so it runs more often. Cannot store export clothing. Yep. Alright. One of the food train cars is gonna flip to fabric, I guess. Okay, we don't need to unload that much clothing. Drop it down to like 5%. More clothing capacity I make available, the more we're dropping back into the building, I guess. Okay, so now we have very little food in the train, but it'll run a lot more often, which should hopefully preserve the amount of fabric available. And running the export more reliably. You're not running crops right now, are you? No, 17 tons. That will also arrive more frequently. I don't know if I should start the construction on a farm right now. I think I should. These ones are so small. I mean, if I build stuff here, I would like more trains running with more people again, of course. The other option is just to place fields down next to the megacity, in walking distance of the houses, but then we have to bring in the crops here. I guess it could help with the feeding of the horses. Wasn't making that many crops though, with a manual harvest. This year 700 crops, last year 2200 crops. With manual harvest that would be a very large amount. Farm would look nice before the crossing of the river, before the megacity. Here? Yeah. I would need to set up a passenger train and bring people out of the megacity to that area. Maybe after the new construction sector is up. Building off of this place would be quite easy. Temporary sewage discharge is gone. I mean, if we do vehicle production, should we be allowed to export stuff to the east if we build a vehicle from the west? Is that something we should be allowed to do? because that could also make a ton of money. This would require lots of preparations and money to make it happen. Would be fair to sell to the west too. I mean, I think that would be more profitable than our Hestus waste incinerator. Just letting you know how profitable that's gonna be. It needs 2 research points and it needs a factory, and that's it. It's not that difficult to set up. And a license, I guess. So we would need to take out a... How do we get the license from a Western vehicle? I guess I have to take out a loan. I mean, I don't need US dollars anyway. I can just get 1 license and then produce vehicles and sell to the East and not care about the Western loan. But then I can only get 1 vehicle production. How do we make money with the West? It has to be a harbor, right? At some point I have to pay back the loan to the West. Probably from exporting raw resources like oil via a harbor. Yeah, oil export or bauxite if that's available. An aggregate harbor would also be quite convenient. I don't know. Vehicle production would go well with our plan. Do I hear a gravel road? Maybe. Gravel is very expensive here already. Everything is getting very expensive. If we look at the US dollar price, it went up towards the starting price by a lot. Fuel went up like crazy. Crops is going up slowly. Even boards are... well, boards are going back down to normal. But iron is ridiculous. Coal is fine, but iron is where the pain is right now. That makes steel so expensive. And maybe the steel mill. We already researched the steel mill. I should build the steel mill. We have the loading unloading station set up for it. We just need, yeah, steel mill. Steel mill. We'll build the steel mill. I need to plan the steel mill. Did I already mention that we're going to build the steel mill? Hello Sadlier, welcome. Now I'm gonna build the storages right up against the building again like previously. Which lost us the construction materials, isn't it? Stealing a mill? Shame. Yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do. Ah, you lying bastard. That indicator is no good. That one should be fine. We'll have 1 storage for coal, a massive one. And then a smaller one for iron. And we'll run our steel mill off of that. Might be getting to 1k pops today. Nice. Finally. If you want more population growth, I really can recommend an orphanage, because that's every orphan you have in your orphanage is one person saved. That would have disappeared into the ether. Especially once you start running police station. It's so useful. It's actually being built now. Nice. Wait, right now? You're streaming now? We gotta stop the stream and look at Saddleier's stream. Let's go. Right incoming. How am I going to do this? Just overlap them slightly. These storages are also not cheap, but they're going to be vital, I think. Yeah, this will work better, I think. I would like the road connections to be basically very close together, because then we can have the fire station in the area too. Not sure the game will allow us to have that though. Yeah, it looks fine. Like that. Coal and iron into 2 road crossings leading into the steel mill, I think, with a fire station and the entrance of the steel mill next to this place. And later on we have to bring people here by cableway car, I guess. What's the steel mill look like again? Yeah, that'll work. That'll be fine. The entrance is gonna be behind the crossing, I guess, sure. Hello Mega Monkey, welcome. Did I hear that right? You're building the steel mill? Yeah, steel is expensive. It's fine, right? Steel mill in the city? Pollution? Should be fine. We have already researched that once, only 40 tons of pollution, that'll be fine. Iron is just ridiculously expensive. Very fine, indeed. Slightly too close, but we can move the steel mill back a bit, or just... Road connection is going to come from this side. At some point there will be a cableway car carrying workers across here into a cableway station, which then can feed into the steel mill or back out of it. While using overpasses, the road should be able to go under direct conveyors, because it's a very low conveyor. The starting point is very low. And the destination is also very low. And this looks kind of cool. Conveyors are not quite symmetrical. Yeah, this one I can't make symmetrical. That's fine. I can't change the inputs. But I can move the steel mill a bit. Because we want to make room for the fire station after all. And maybe we can run a footpath tunnel here. Maybe people can arrive by footpath tunnel instead. This costs 4 times more steel though. But the coolness factor. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, just like a pleb, like run a conveyor like this, and have the vehicles clip like when they go underneath? It's fine. No. MegaCity requires mega projects and ignoring Mega Monkey. Yes, I agree. Building like a pleb. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's going to be possible to have this in walking distance, but we can try. It'll need water, sewage. It'll need all the shebang. Beautiful. At least some people that can walk here. So the steel mill could operate. And before run dies due to not enough mega budget. Yeah. I'm just doing the planning as a fake planning because I know the steel price is gonna crash as soon as I put down the steel mill. Just watch. It's gonna flicker again. It's gonna be like, oh, you placed the steel mill. Wow. Steel price goes down. Steel mill will need real power plant and still run with imported electricity. We're not going to run it at full tilt for a while, so we can still run it. Maximum power consumption is only 800 kilowatts. Even though it has a high voltage wire, it doesn't need that much power. Below the pollution cloud, the second line below that says max wattage 800 kilowatts. So 0.8 megawatts is fine. Building at right angles made easy. Reminds me, board price went up almost 16 rubles per ton yesterday. Okay, well mine is a bit higher than that. Oh no, it's also 16. Yeah, sure. It was higher though. See, it was at 25 once. But now it's going back down. Because I was speaking about it on stream. That could be the access. There would be a rail line going across connecting the steel mill for a train that can run steel to export. Of course. We're not going to export steel by horse carriages. I mean, it's one of my main exports, so it was nice. Ah, yeah, of course. If it's the main export. We don't have a main export. I wonder how good clothing is these days, since we just started it. That's not bad. Better than alcohol, for sure. Not as good as hazardous waste, though. Not yet. But yeah, this would be nice, because then we can definitely build the fire station first to keep everything running here, and workers can walk directly to the fire station, making sure nothing burns down, which is the important part. And more houses could be developed to allow access to this. Or we could set up a bus stop nearby. Like if I build a bus platform here, I then can work in the steel mill, access workers who would be unemployed, walk to that bus stop, and then they realize, oh yeah, we can work in the steel mill, it'll be fine. And then the pollution comes back to the city and kills everyone. It'll be perfect. I think I'm going to save my research point and not get the cableway yet, because the cableway would also require a bunch of steel to be built. I think we might save on vehicle production. Get a license for a Western vehicle, maybe a bulldozer. Ideally an excavator, though. One that we can export by train, I guess. Would be nice. And then we could start building heavy machinery for ourselves and for export. So this would just need electricity, water and sewage. And it could start making some steel. We would need to import some iron with the coal. Slap some more train cars onto the locomotive here. That would carry some extra iron, I guess. Is an ICBM considered as a vehicle? It's not in the game. So I don't know. We're not going to use right angles. I've changed my mind. We're going to have a nice curved road along the train track with maybe a fence around it. If we can fit a fence through here. That means I won't be able to get a road connection through this way unless I build it right now. I don't want this road to connect through here though. This area in the future will be quite busy and I should not put any reliance on it. Or like risk that a fire engine would like to drive through that and cause problems later on. That way, I guess. What about a chocobo? No chocobos. What's with the chocobos again? Okay, we need the underground tunnel first, into the fire station, into everything else. And then water, sewage, electricity can come after. We could just hook up a high voltage wire off of a switch, I guess. And that would supply enough electricity and I don't need to build a substation. Because we don't need electricity for the... well, we need electricity anyway for the conveyors. Which is, I guess, a point for direct connection. What does it look like? I don't think we're going to be able to direct connect. This is going to be way too low. Oh, maybe. Let's try. Come on, put the pillar in it. No. I mean, if it would direct connect, it would work right now, but it's too low. So I don't think so. We'll just provide electricity, it's fine. What kind of problem would happen with fire engine? Well, if no fire engine is here and the steel mill burns down, that's going to be expensive. Or if the storage is burned down. So I want a fire station right next to this important facility. Make sure it's as protected as possible. Especially with the slow horse carriages. I don't even know if 2 horse carriages with full amount of workers can extinguish the steel mill if it's burning. That's a concern. Maybe I should build 2 fire stations then. But I don't know if those would be in walking distance. They would be. Okay. They will need water source. Water, sewage, electricity needs to be here. Rest is fine. I think we can do this project because we're money positive if our construction is not too much. So yeah, we're gonna set up the steel mill, I think. I've decided. No farm, we're doing steel mill. We already have the research, might as well put it down and see how bad the pollution gets. Do I need a depot for metros? Or can I repair metro at end station? You can repair anything at an end station if the repair station is in range of the end station. As soon as the vehicle enters the end station and realizes it needs repairs, it'll wait there until it's done repairing. So that would be straight, so if we reverse it... it doesn't want to be placed that way. Guess we'll have to start it here. Oh, it's a little bit too close, I think. How much? Okay, let me remove the road and get the fence in first. Wooden fence. Beautiful. All the safety in the world. No one can climb that. One covered hull wagon. Make your way in here too. 10 workers is fine. They need fabric, steel, and boards. I don't have a open hull distribution here, so we're gonna repurpose this one. You can drop off crops and like fabric in there. I'll move. I want some construction vehicles that I can move into the distribution office. Can break up boards and steel and distribute that in here too. Just need a vehicle. Congratulations, you have been promoted to distribution office vehicle. Single one will be enough. Alright, that'll deal with vehicle repairs, which I guess means that the repair station at the temporary construction office sector is obsolete, but it can still run. It just needs way fewer workers now, I would say. We can run it with like 2 workers or fewer. Fire station is still the priority. And this would also leave more workers to bring them into the city here. Fire station first, please. And footpath, tunnel, thing. $4,500 citizens, population is growing. If we could finish a house, which we have, more people can move in here too. We do have some 21-year-olds without their own flat. They might be in the student hall. They might be too high loyalty to move into MegaCity. 88%, 81% loyalty. Too high loyalty, guys. I don't know what to tell you. We don't accept that loyalty in MegaCity yet. Because we don't generate loyalty in there. So I don't want to waste it right now. I guess we'll open up these houses for higher loyalties. See, no, that's stupid. That's so terrible. I don't know. I guess they will have to wait until a house opens up during winter. Sure. Other problem is the orphans. The orphans with high loyalty are just going to disappear as soon as they grow up and there's no room for them. That also slows down population growth. I guess we'll have to open these up for high loyalty. Yeah, we're having a lot of escapes now. That's the people who can't find a residential building after getting released from prison or the orphanage when they have very high loyalty. So basically currently losing people with 75% or higher loyalty, which I hopefully just corrected. coal train would be a mixed train. We would have to set the balance based on the steel mill plus extra coal because of the heating plant. And then also build the train track for the steel export, which, now that I close this off with a fence, can we get over the road if the fence isn't there? Or is it too close? We can get over the road. What we will do is, well, we'll have to figure out where the train track's gonna go. We'll build the fence, demolish a piece of it, and then get the train track to go through it. So we have like this tiny little piece of fence here. I should plan it first though. I can build the fence on this side in a small piece anyway. I don't need to do it with that workaround, that's fine. If we're doing right angles, that would be perfect, I guess. I should use this track though, because that one... I might have a waiting line here for the steel train at some point. And that would be on the right track. So it would re-merge back into this area and then go straight through into the steel mill. I wouldn't want to make it wait on the left side of the track because I think that's where the coal trains are going to be. What is the right angle here? It would be nice if it showed you the degrees, so you could like fret over every little percentage. It's not doing the stuff anymore with the nice showcase of the angle. I mean, it doesn't matter, it's fine. But I want it that way, a little bit more. And then we might also need a waste train heading this way. So we can load the waste directly from the steel mill. Wait until loaded, bring it to the border or to an incinerator later on. And then they have to merge again on the exit. I guess after the road here somewhere. Shorter trains, no longer than the steel mill for sure. Mixed signal, so it picks a free lane. And then we can have a train waiting here until its turn. So there would be one steel export train, one waste train, maybe two waste trains. I think one waste train would be enough. But that would hopefully run the steel export for us. Oh my god, my brain, I hate my brain. I just thought of the dumbest jokes. I will have to preemptively apologize, but I am going to say it because it's a short one. I was gonna say this building this is gonna look nice and fancy. I hope someone gets it. It's so dumb. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice and fancy, yeah. Oh, sorry, bigger monkey, please, no. It's like, I'm placing buildings, I'm like, what stupid joke can I say now? That'll totally ruin everything. Oh yeah, fancy. It looks fancy. Oh god, no. So over. What a beautiful mind. Maybe. Hello, Fluffy Buttocks. Welcome. Shakespeare. Batazo. So many people showing up. Why not say? Did I miss anyone? You fancy a fancy fence? Yes. That's it. We have to build the other train track. The waste train and the steel export train can alternate in the beginning, I think. That should be okay. I think this road connection is not going to stay this way, but yeah, not sure what to do with this area. If we start slapping housing down here, they're gonna have a pretty polluted time. What if I join it in here instead? I mean, the road is not necessary at the moment. This is not where it's supposed to connect anyway. I just have the option of having a road here. It's not meant to be that way. And this one, the same thing. Not right now, I don't think. Okay. Change the train tracks a bit. Save a bit of money. Only if we can place signals here. Those are some rough signals. There we go. Now we have room for a signal. No problem. I'll do the same thing here too, because I like the way this looks. Looks very organized, clean, almost Factorio-esque. Maybe a little bit too clean, but you know. Bonus points if it has the same angle as the road. That would be a bonus point. Somewhere like this, I guess. Okay. Let's hope this joke wasn't offensive. Oh god, to anyone. Step down some low-level barracks for the low-educated with low quality. Might be. I mean, we still have enough housing. I just need to... We don't have any low loyalty anymore, is the problem. We're approaching 60%. You know... I need to check any house that is like outside of the directly polluted area. All of these should be. Yeah, these aren't yet. These definitely need to change. So turn on everyone with high loyalty in any building over here. That's fine. Like, we're having trouble filling houses with low loyalty. That's basically everyone coming from, well, previously one of the orphanages. Now both orphanages are making tons of loyalty. But I guess during winter, when there's a lot of death and the orphanages might not be running as well, then there might be a loss of loyalty here. But so far it's going alright. 300 people till we get a research point. Is coal power plant too much in this area? I don't want to slap another coal power plant here. Yes, I think a coal power plant would be too much. But there will be a coal power plant somewhere near the city. Coal power plant makes half as much pollution as the steel mill. But I think the power plant would run at full tilt most of the time, whereas the steel mill, we could make money with it running at 10-20%. And gradually bringing up the productivity while we expand the city. I would like this corner to be a little bit smoother. On the starting track it can be sharp, but then it should maybe mellow out a bit. This is also a bit too sharp, I think. Because the trains are going to be leaving with 70 kilometers an hour. And I don't want it to look like they would fall over, loaded full of steel, when they merge into this at full speed. But here it could be sharp. This could be a sharp angle. Which is, I guess, the problem. It's trying to do both. Let's see. Get rid of... No, not that. Get rid of that piece. Sharper angle. Somewhere here. And then mellow into the train track. At some pace. That'll work. Next line. Oh no, this could be regular signal, it's fine. This doesn't need to be a chain. No, it should be a chain signal if you don't want to block the road. Yes. It needs to have a clear line on the main line to enter. Once we have 450 meter long trains, I'll also have to adjust the stops everywhere at the junctions. But yeah, I guess we can build the train tracks. They'll lead into the steel mill from both sides. We only need one of them right now. Okay. Let's get the rail construction office. There's still workers in here, so just slap them onto the construction task. We don't have to build the whole loop if we don't want to. We could bring the trains in from this side and let them leave from this side again, but no, we have the loop. It is fine. It's gonna be a bit of construction work. So there would be a waste train and a steel export train alternating. I have to make sure that the waste train, I guess, doesn't wait until loaded. Oh, no, we can just build two lines. It's just a little bit extra steel here. 2 lines is better. Then both of them can wait until loaded. No more workers waiting here. Get them out. No one is supposed to walk to this area anymore. We're gonna get rid of it. Use other bus stops. And yeah, maybe we'll have to invest into the pollution filters. If we run the steel mill already. It's the cheapest thing we can do right now. A farm would be expensive, getting it set up. The steel mill is also expensive, but it just needs the steel mill, the storages, and the train tracks, which we already mostly have in place. The farm would be developing a whole new area, far away from the city. So we also need passenger transportation if we want to run food production. I mean, I don't think we will get around making our own crops at some point. The price is just going to continuously go up. But steel production should keep the coal and iron price in check, because both resources are used for a thing that we're going to export. Now, still making decent amounts of money. We're just paying a lot of rubles per month into the loan repayments. The hazardous waste is glorious. But yeah, I would like to switch over to maybe steel being our most profitable export. Police station not in range of a waste storage. Clothing factory has a big internal waste storage, that's fine. These buildings do also have a big storage, so they're also fine. The fire station does not. That's about, and the repair station, I guess, would need a waste storage. Didn't I build this in range of the police station? I was pretty sure it would work. Is it not connected over the road? I wonder. No, it is. It is connected. This one would be 100 meters. 107. I'm pretty sure I built this in range. Why is it? Oh well. Not sure if this would be enough. Nope. Did build it in range yesterday. I did, didn't I? I was pretty sure I did. Yeah, it says it's very close, 123. And this should be the same distance. Odd. Use dirt paths. I don't know if I want to... Okay, sure, thanks. That works. Hacker man. Hacker monkey. Looks like the hospital is ready to be built. I think next year we're gonna get that research point. 5,000 citizens. We're still not gonna be over the limit of the auxiliary settlement. The auxiliary settlement is making so much loyalty. We will need a district for merging the loyalty generation into our megacity before we can get rid of it. You know what I thought about? I thought when there's like a crisis, when you run out of capacity for your people maybe. One thing you could do is, usually the problem is like you have too many people, right? Sometimes you can relocate people out of the city to put it under capacity. But if you wanted to really make sure that not everyone suffers the same, you could say one house, send your people to a bus stop, and then they can't get out of it. So you could basically deactivate that building by sending them to a bus stop from which they can't really get anywhere. So you send them to a bus stop, from the bus stop to another bus stop, and then they're stuck here. Oh no, you can't do that. You can only do that for workers. Never mind. No, you can do that. Wait. Can you? Yes, you can. You can do chill. No, you can't do it. Wait. You can't do passengers. Never mind then. Can only do children. But not passengers. You can't tell them where to walk. Then it wouldn't work. Never mind. But I guess you could balance them off of a bus stop and tell half of them to go to somewhere where they can't get any. So it would reduce the load on your shopping centers at least, while causing some people to starve. 1,100 higher educated citizens, very good. Loyalty over 59. Workers go anywhere. If you can't find a place to go, go to the other bus platform. Same thing here. Go anywhere. If you can't find a place, go to the other bus platform. So at some point we might pool a bunch of workers here, which can be used for construction work. And later on a bus platform in this area, where we can send them to work in the steel mill. Doesn't have to be a large platform, I guess. No, it should be a simple stop that only has one entrance and exit. I don't want to make a fancy bus platform here. One of the simpler ones. Could even just be a regular bus stop, I guess. Bus platform only has 30 people more capacity. And if we just put a bus stop here, it will pretty much do the same thing. I don't know if this would work. Let's check. You would connect somewhere around here with extra walking distance. Oh, that's 300 meters. Yeah, that's fine. Because we would have to have a footpath off of the road that they walk through. Because the other exit is a little bit too far. I think that would be in range. We won't know until the road is done, I guess. Because then the footpath would connect into it. Right now it doesn't. Even this is still in range. We'll be fine. I'll be fine. Okay. Then we could also connect this footpath around the back. And that will also be sufficient. Sure. Bus platform, 200 workers, which can decide to walk into the steel mill if they want to. No passengers or students allowed on that one. Hospital finishing up. Then we can get rid of the free clinic. We can also get rid of the alcohol kiosk once it has run out of resources. So those two buildings will then be integrated into the city. We'll wait until some of the new ambulances have arrived, and then demolish and relocate the last two ambulances from the clinic. No modern vehicles, even though that's before 1920. Ah, well. Build these. Just these two fences, thank you. Well, this one we have to merge, I guess. And then we can build the other fence off of this one. $250 more people, but it's November, so population growth will probably not keep up. But maybe next year, especially once we have more housing here. Yeah, Stillman is almost at the center. I already brought the reconstruction materials here, sure, might as well finish it. Okay, get rid of that. Move the demolition officers out of the way, and then set the road again, I guess, to be gravel. Hello, car paradise. Welcome. I don't know what... Oh yeah, these workers are arriving at this platform. No, that makes sense. Everything's still fine. We turned that off already. They're not going to the clothing factory directly anymore. They're walking here, and then they could go to the clothing factory. Or any other workplace. Okay. That was supposed to be paused. Thank you. Today, this is another Works and Resource stream. What's the focus for today? Steel mill. I've decided to make use of that research point we invested and get the steel mill built, because steel prices are getting crazy and crop prices are also getting crazy, but I'm gonna have to pick one of the two, and right now it's gonna be steel mill because the infrastructure for it is already in place. We'll probably run an iron and a coal train. People will be able to walk into the steel mill to work here. We'll see how bad it gets. But the real goal for today is to build these two fences. Because they'll look nice. Economic realities, true to life, yeah. I mean, we're still making money mostly. I'm not too worried. It's just if you don't keep making a bit of money, we can't keep expanding for a while. So we do have to expand with the needs of our republic. But yeah, this could make too much money. Let's put it that way. We'll have to wait and see. It is going to have to be balanced with the pollution in mind, so we don't run into any crisis. But that's fine. We'll be able to run one... I think we can run waste export from the building itself. I don't remember anymore. I guess I don't remember. I hope we can. If not, then all of these connections are not useful. Except we can run one dedicated line for coal and iron and steel directly into the building and have to figure out waste differently with an external solution. Probably an incinerator. Depends on what waste it makes. An incinerator here wouldn't be the worst idea to cut down on the amount of waste we have. The moment you finish the steel mill, global prices will crash due to a glut. Of course. After 240 tons of steel spent in the steel mill, prices will definitely crash. I do have the steel here already. Once everything is in place, we could stop the import of steel, but we'll just keep everything else normal. Normally the price crashes when you decide to think about building something, but it's still holding on, but it's slowly trending downwards again. At least for steel we still have the situation with the inflation, I guess. I think the issue happens when you remove a footpath and then place it again, so it thinks it's just connected to this instead of the road. Maybe that's the reason. Went down 50 citizens, that's fine. Another house will be available soon. And that would push us over 5,000, because they have 200 capacity. And 200 workers means about 300 citizens, give or take. No priority on the reconstruction, we're probably not going to finish that one. This one's also high on wear and tear. I should get the alcohol out of here and demolish it. Let's see if that works. Turn off the staff. One more. And then one more after that. Even though it's not that much left. Looks like we're full on alcohol in here. I'll have to bring it to the pub. Oh, it's empty. Never mind. That'll do. Get rid of the kiosk. I think we'll bring some horse feed into the hospital, because ambulances are a bit important. They should be able to run as soon as possible after they return, without having to refuel. Like the police station I'm not as worried about, but ambulances would save a couple people extra. One residential building finishing up. The secret police will be built once we plan for a university, which is not going to happen yet. Turn this into a mixed signal. I better have another signal here, which I think makes sense. I don't want, not mixed chain, I don't want trains parked over this road for just reasons. We do have a fire station on the other side, so it shouldn't be a problem, but I think it's good practice to plan for that. And then trains will be able to enter this area as soon as... Wait a minute. This is... No, this is fine. It's only for trains leaving this direction, I guess. Trains will be able to enter as soon as the platform is empty on this end. So once the other long train has left, the next train can move in as soon as there's room. So that those signals could be pretty close to this area already. And this side isn't even affected. Here, we just need that signal, I guess. Okay, no more escapes, good. I mean, there's gonna be a bunch of free flats opening up in the auxiliary settlement right now because of the pollution. So there will be the flats becoming available for the very loyal people. But yeah, I might have to move them into MegaCity 1 center. We could in theory build the secret police so we can make sure that only the most loyal people can be teachers in the school. Sheesh, what's going on here? Yeah, maybe we'll build the secret police already. Let me know when that one is done. Ambulances have arrived. We'll move the ambulances from the other hospital and shut it down. Demolishing it in the process too. There's some hazardous waste in here. If I was really concerned, I would clear out the building's waste first. Because when I demolish it, it's gonna start rotting. And hazardous waste is quite dangerous. I'm a bit worried about water and sewage now. Waste seems to be fine. Alright, you go to the hospital, load whatever you can find, and bring it to the waste storage. It should not be hazardous waste. Hazardous waste we can't really transport that way. Where are you? Mixed waste only. And I don't know why you've set yourself to unload at the depot. Well, I'll have to take a 5-ish minute break. I'll be back in a bit. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. At least this time there was a train ride. Didn't make it very far on normal speed, but hey, it was there. Another promise kept, that you'll be back. Barely, but I made it. Occasional breaks are quite nice, I guess. They reinvigorate. Happiness is quite low. I think death of a child is the loss of the happiness from the parent when their child dies. So they lose 35% happiness, I guess. So when a person gets imprisoned, they might have a happiness drop, I guess. If they had children and they can't go to an orphanage. %60 loyalty. Sweet. And still trending upwards. We're over migrant loyalty now. I think this time we're quite stable. Even though we don't have any loyalty production inside MegaCity Center. But we will once the school can be told to only run very loyal teachers. We will need a proper school soon. And by proper I mean one that is set up in the city, not on the temporary edge of it. I get rid of the clinic too, it's fine. Don't care about the hazardous waste. Our people know how to deal with pollution, a bit of hazardous waste in the middle of winter. Who's that gonna hurt? No one. I think you can work wherever you want, because you also have highly educated workers who might want to work in different places. I believe you're going to keep the fire station staffed sufficiently well enough, as well as asphalt and concrete plant. But maybe we'll send more workers to the clothing factory, for example. Oh, the ambulances inside the clinic were never set to maximum speed, huh? Oh. Sure. Now the steel mill is probably going to make a dent into our population. Question is, how big is it going to be, and can we manage it with research? Pollution filters, we could research if the steel mill makes immediate problems to alleviate the pollution concerns a bit. The closest housing could be set to lower loyalty, not the highest ones. which are currently enabled. Should probably like preemptively do that. And a variety of other changes like that. Put the sewage pipes on medium priority now, because the inner city sewage pipes have already been built. We're just waiting for the ones that lead out of the city. Not sure what the internal water tank storage capacity is for the steel mill. Around 500 workers in my mill are consuming around 5.35 cubic meters a day. That's with running water, I assume. But what about no running water? That's not the capacity, that's like the throughput. I wonder if the building's internal water capacity is the same as any residential building or smaller industry. We never really know the internal storage, I guess. Only the water quality. But yeah, I'm not planning on bringing running water to the steel mill. I think that would be overkill. I'll build the water and the sewage in this area instead. Closer for the horse carriages, so we don't have to build this road, I guess. Water truck would be able to tell us. Yes. One directly unloading into the building. I don't know why the video always resets to exactly the same space. Anyway. So strange. I'm gonna play a different song. I'm gonna try my new song again. This one. I've played it before. It seemed fine, but we're gonna try it again. It's Paradiddle's Power Slam. I'm gonna give credit in chat. And then we'll go back to Carl Casey. Is it too quiet? Maybe. For this one we can make it a little bit louder. Why are you saying you might reach this? What's missing? Does exit? That would be strange. Oh, these ones, I guess. Hello 50. Welcome. Another episode of Glorious Republic MegaCity 19. Yes. We're making progress. Things are being built. Temporary things are being phased out slowly. New temporary things are being built. Permanent industries are being developed. I'll see if we can run a steel mill soon. Maybe a brick factory too, I don't know. We could have a train come through here on the third line that we don't want anyone to park in, and then turn into a brick factory resource storage, and then exit the same track here too. Racing horses with vehicles. I'm not going to spend the next research point, but I am planning on maybe thinking about getting some vehicles produced too, yeah. Maybe we can put a vehicle production line right on the steel mill. Not really in line with the factory connections, but we can transport steel by horse carriage and later trucks. Downside of all of this would be the fuel price, which is extraordinarily high. All liquids from the fuel plant don't flow through tank to railway fuel loading station. Yeah, you need to push them. I don't know why they don't go there automatically. Need a pumping station to force them into the loading station. Transitioning from primitive agri-economy to industrial economy need. Well, we have not done any agriculture ever. From primitive hazardous waste burning economy to glorious steel mill economy, I guess, maybe. I'm not sure it's going to be as profitable as the hazardous waste burning, because that one is very worker efficient. Depends on how much the steel mill is going to kill our population, I guess. Don't want a separate train queue for the steel mill itself. It's all here. Iron and coal get unloaded in these storages. And this one is for waste and steel export. I don't need a separate queue for that, no. Nice tunes, yeah. I also like that song, but that was it. That was Paradiddles. We'll go back to Carl Casey. Do you have the one I like here? I don't think so. Let me check some other songs from Carl Casey real quick. This one I liked, I think. Yeah, let's go here. Soldiers are passive buildings, they do not push or pull resources. Well, the fuel plant should be able to push fuel into the gas station, but I don't think it does, like into the train gas station. It's kind of weird. Can double stack the queue. Want to block the entrance to the steel mill? We will only have one steel export train and one waste train going through here. Not more than that. Building a refinery? No, that's a steel mill. So they shouldn't block anything. They will always be able to enter this building. I think other trains can run through it. If not, we'll have to run them around the steel mill, I guess. Somewhere like this. Nice curved track around the steel mill. Bit more priority on this footpath, please, because the tunnel entrance construction is going to take forever. Track to the unloader is too short for the long train. We'll block at least one track. We have two entrances, one for iron and one for coal. The coal one would be on the right side, because that's also used for the heating plant. And that's where the steel and the waste trains come in. And if I do need more space, then I have to build a new track, I guess. But I'm going to double stack them into the... well, yeah, I'm going to double stack them into that. I'll have to wait until the coal has run through. The coal trains won't be too large in the beginning, but we'll scale it up. Or we could make the iron on the outside, and then we have an iron train and the other two trains on that side. Plant transfers to tanks. Tanks transfer to loading. When tanks empty, train loading through tanks from plant. Yeah, it doesn't pull from tanks. It needs the fuel directly inside the building. It does not load vehicles from fuel from a tank, unfortunately. Yeah, if we have to change this, we just have to get rid of the fence, the road, and put another train track in. We can put another waiting line on this side, maybe. I don't know if we can put a train track through here. That would kind of be neat. I don't think we can make that a thing. But yeah, the steel and waste train could be somewhat long. So even if they wait for a bit, I'll extend the storage capacity of that building. I want to build it this way. Ideally we would run it the other way around, I guess, but then the waiting platforms are in the wrong area. This is how it's been planned, I guess. And the other option is to just run the waste trains into this side and not use this at all. So we can bring the waste trains in on this side and run them into the steel mill, and then let them leave this way again. Then this wouldn't be an issue. I just want to try it, I guess. And if everything goes wrong, we can't just tell the iron train to not wait until unloaded, or the coal train. And then one of the sides will always run resources through, and it doesn't get blocked with waiting until unloaded. But I know what you mean. Back to spooky music. What can I do with passengers? Bring them to what they want. If you mouse over a passenger, it'll tell you why they are a passenger. Okay, this one doesn't. They wanted food, meat, and culture. My assumption is they want to go to an attraction building because one of their past unsatisfied demands is praying. So they're looking for an attraction building that I haven't visited previously. Here it says it directly. They want to pray. And praying can be replaced with an attraction building too. So that's why we're building a museum and a gallery of the art and an indoor pool to serve as attraction buildings for our population. So they stop having those demands. But yeah, if you have a lot of passengers, they want something. And you can check for what they want by going through them and seeing what pops up the most. If it's food, or electronics, or clothing, then you might realize that there is a problem slowly building up. After 60 years of constantly exporting coal, I got just hit with a market event for coal prices increasing for a couple months. Wow. I guess your coal is in really high demand. How the loyalty in MegaCity 19? I don't know. We don't have a secret police here yet. But the average loyalty is 60%. So the auxiliary settlement is doing a ton of good work. Loyalty in the auxiliary settlement, that is managing all university education, is doing really well. 73, 67, 75. It's not bad. People where we still allow low loyalty citizens to move in are, I guess, a little bit lower than those where we don't. But we still need a lot of population, so it's fine. Okay, build the store's attraction somewhere and give transport to access it. For example, yeah. But once they've visited one attraction building, they will want another one afterwards. They don't like revisiting the same attraction building all the time. That's why I'm building several. Hopefully it'll work. This is not going to be an ultra large district for attraction, but it's going to be a start, I guess. That's a very dark alley. Temporary settlement is like an education town. It also made our money and brought all the workers here to build up the center until it was somewhat self-sufficient. It isn't quite that yet, but we're making good progress. How are we doing on fabric? Not too bad. Not sure when the train's gonna come back. $61 tons of fabric. But yeah, I wanted to try the loyalty thing again, and this time it worked really well. Much nicer balance. We just have to institute the loyalty requirements here too inside the school, and then it would propagate inside the megacity as well. Because I think this one is lower. Sweatshops? No, it's a clothing factory. It's fine. Sweating is allowed, of course, but not a requirement. Stitch shops. It's a clothing shop. So many workers in this building. Very spooky. I might have to take another break. God dang it. Well, I mean, construction is working. We're not losing too much money. Clothing exports are, I think, looking okay. 200,000. It's not gonna hold a candle to... Oh no, 280,000. Clothing exports are very good. They've almost caught up to the hazardous waste profits. That's useful. But yeah, I'll have to unfortunately take another 5-minute break. I'll be right back. Alright, back again. Hopefully not again. Well, we'll see. We're through winter, only lost 150 people. So presumably we're gonna get our research point this time. So we also got new housing. And that's been slowly filling up. Should work well. Concrete, come on. Are you not in range? You're in range. Why have you not delivered concrete there yet? What is this? Is it because you set it to 40%, not 50%, not 40%? Why are you not sending a concrete mixer? Because it's not assigned. Okay. How much researchers you need to speed up the process? Researchers for what process? I don't know what process you mean. Oh my god, all the footpath assignments here. No need for them. Oh man, I might have to take a longer break. I don't feel so good right now. The research tree? I get one research every 2,500 citizens I have. Hope we'll recover soon. I don't think the stream needs to end, I just need to wait a little bit, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be away for a little bit longer. You will have to be patient. But the stream won't end just yet. Sorry about that. Alright. Back again. Let's see how it goes. Your health is more important than MegaCity 19? My health is at 75%, it's fine. This is rough. Okay, you don't have a waste storage. Get rid of Lenin, put a waste storage here. Put a small waste storage in place. I haven't used the smaller ones much. Less than a ton seems really bad. Hello Superdeno, welcome. Progress is good. Working on the steel mill now. That's the next goal. We could not build this house and open up some green space area, which would conveniently also allow us to build a waste storage. I think that looks fine. Maybe. Maybe we'll replace it with a couple smaller houses and put the waste storage in the middle. Sure, that'll do. Leninster, I guess. Whatever that means. That way we have a waste storage and the shape is still preserved, I guess. Everything else looks fine except the fire station and the horse veterinary, I guess. They don't have a waste storage yet. Fire station is temporary, horse veterinary is temporary. But I think that might also indicate that these two buildings here are not going to have a waste storage. So we might put a waste storage behind Lenin, I guess. Leave my baby girl alone? I read that one. I don't know if I read it out loud. I didn't demolish it. I took your advice to heart. Crime is kinda bad. Rival in prison is fine. The lack of electronics is building up. It's only 1917. I wonder if it thinks we did still start in 1920 and it is thinking it's in, what would it be, 37 years? So 1957. Maybe the electronics demand is going to be in full effect in 3 years. Will you replace the horses with vehicles soon? I built a new veterinary. Because fuel price. Using trucks right now would be very expensive. Crop price is not as affected. That's just generic inflation. And we can counteract that by making our own alcohol and brewing some alcohol and making our own food. For export, to pay for that. But the fuel price is very high. So the crop price started in the beginning at $21 and is now double that, $42. Fuel started at like something of like 30. Wait, no, fuel, not oil. Yeah, no, fuel is 130, sure, and is now more than double, 480. Almost 4 times the amount. You get crimes when you pump them with drugs instead of reducing pollution. It was vitamins, it's fine. Why are we losing happiness right now? Orphanage upbringing. So the orphanage is all overfilled, basically. Seducing everything. There's too many. Might have to build more orphanages if we want to maintain the orphanage as a means of loyalty, or just go back to the population growth only. But then we wouldn't get loyalty from them. Can't have that. We need loyalty. More than their happiness. Would there be a per vehicle capacity ratio that makes fuel look better? Or are wagons similar, just slower? Wagons are slower, lower capacity, and just worse. Upgrading to vehicles would work right now. But if I start with vehicles, then I'm gonna have to do vehicles all the way, I think. I don't want to run a mixed industry infrastructure. I would like to stick with horse carriages and trains for a little bit longer. There's an orphan factory and wonder why there's so many orphans? No, I don't have an orphan factory. You take that back. I'm gonna need so much housing to run the orphan factory again. Inside MegaCity. Recruiting orphans to work at the sweatshops to protect them from organized crime and increase productivity rates. Win-win situation. Sounds like it, yeah. I mean, come on guys, we're playing workers and resources and orphans. It's the name of the game. Welcome back, Evil Baby Inc. Siberia Run. That was different. That I tried to make the orphans criminal on purpose. Because I wanted more prison labor. But I would approach that in a different manner. Because that was just too much criminality. We just would need to lock up everyone for 25 years. And then we would have enough prison labor, I think. Siberia Gulag Run. Was a lot of fun, but it would need another try. I don't think I would do that right now, though. Okay, finishing a sewage pipe. This one should probably get high priority. Then at least the sewage pipe itself is going to be connected. That pipe also needs high priority. Finish everything. I want the sewage to be run by pipe. Minimum horse carriage involvement. Which one is better for the economy, letting more citizens own cars or restricting car ownership and forcing them to use public transportation? The latter. Because then you manage how many buses there are on the road and the private citizens don't just run a gas-guzzling road vehicle by themselves instead of sharing it with 3 other people, because we can't have ride-sharing. If we could have ride-sharing, it might be fine, because then you could gain some benefits of the liberty of them being able to drive very far on their own, wherever they need to. But otherwise I haven't really found a benefit. I'm also not sure if it actually gives loyalty to people. I haven't seen that in action have any effect. Okay, I think I feel better now. I think it's gone. Not to mention the crazy peak hours, traffic jams it will create. Those ones are fun to manage, but the game does not like large volumes of traffic, yeah. Especially not if your industry also relies on road vehicles. Will make your GDP numbers look good though. That is true. Everyone will have a lot more resources they need, aka vehicles, so you need to produce more, so your GDP goes up. GDP per capita. Was clothing profitable enough? It helps. It's not pushing us much higher because we still have to factor in the import of fabric. So we imported 250 quarter million in fabric, and we exported 400,000 in clothing. 400,000 in clothing is better, or almost as good as the hazardous waste. But it does. We do have to include the fabric cost, even though then every fabric demand is included. Not that we use that much fabric. We need it for horse carriage repairs, pretty much. But yeah, it does add some extra money, and it gives something for our workers to do here. No more clothing import needed. Saves us some money too. This year there's no escapes, right? No. At least not prisoners. Prisoners are fine. Haven't had any escapes here in a long time. Global escapes... 13. Not as many as we had when we ran our full-on housing. There were some issues in previous years. And yeah, here we ran full-on housing, but not that many yet. We'll have to keep monitoring the housing situation, I guess. because those flats fill up fast. I mean, the court hasn't complained yet. It's fine. It won't let me know if there's a problem. It's only 200. Still less than 10% of the Republic. There was an issue there. I mean, in general, this is not a problem. If you think that's a lot of escapes, then no, it's not. It just looks like it because, well, it's the only information shown. Yeah, 5% of our population is escapes compared to death rates. I would say that's acceptable. So many escapes. Oh my god, it's so many. We have to solve this, not this. Screw the pollution issues. Let's worry about escapes. Build a giant wall around the border of the map. Death spiral. That's just a death cliff. That's not even a spiral. It's just like... it just goes straight down. It's like... look at that, like death spiral. We're in a population death spiral right now. Death rate is exceeding birth rate and escapes are so many. Got way more escapes than immigrants. It's crazy. Look at this death spiral here. It's crazy. Escaping is a human right though. Yeah. Did we grant people a human right? I don't know about that. I haven't researched that yet. Good thing about the high density housing is going to be that there will be way fewer buildings that the secret police has to visit for the same amount of population. City is one of the most breathable, highest air quality. Yes, it's like the best quality city on this map. It's crazy. Best health. Most gray buildings ever. Biggest aggregate unloading facility. There's everything in here. It's crazy. Longest fence. Longest planned fence. Road done. Next road, then conveyor, then road into road for fire station. And footpath. Once those are done, we can build the rest. Water and sewage initially by horse carriage. But we have the ability to connect it to a switch here at some point. Just across the train tracks. Well, mostly for the sewage pipe. Because there will be a lot of workers in that building, so the sewage carriages would be quite busy. More workers than any other building. Selfish and ungrateful citizens decided to escape. Yep. You have to be careful we don't dump coal into these storages into the wrong storage. I'm gonna set up one for demolition and then pause it. That one is not supposed to hold coal, just iron. How much tons of coal you sell every day? I'm not selling coal. I'm importing coal. I'm planning on importing coal and iron to run the steel mill. I'm not producing coal yet. If the steel mill is successful and we have a ton of workers, we can go look for some coal and iron. My production chain is going to revolve around a lot of trains running, first to the border, later on to production facilities that make raw resources, and a harbor, because I do need some Western blueprints, I guess. I don't know if I'm going to export a ton of Western vehicles. I think that would be way too much money, but I don't know. I mean, the steel mill is probably going to do that too. How profitable is it while importing everything? Oh, not very. But we're running some very profitable industries right now to keep ourselves afloat. Hello, Sancho. Welcome back. This is not a... The challenge of this run is not a make the most amount of money. I'm picking industries that are quite easy to make money with. So I use the hazardous waste incineration method. The challenge is a different one. Building a city at the center of the map. So I didn't want to also then have to do the whole production chains that you normally do. We can do those in the city itself, later. Mostly going to be about reducing imports rather than maximizing exports, is what I would like to do. So yeah. Build a starting settlement, because just trying to build the center up with workers from the border did not work out for us. It was way too painful. But this works quite well. Party loyalty, 59%. I have no radio or TV station. It's all done with other methods. We're on harsh citizen reactions. We were at 60 before, it has dropped a little bit, but this is the settings. Global events are normal, vehicle availability is locked according to start. Locked the start according to year, but we can disable that if we need trains, because we started in 1880 and trains weren't available then. I'm not using any mods for vehicles or buildings. Yeah, the loans are fine. The loans are basically free money. Currently the interest rate for the loans is lower than the yearly inflation, so I think the loans are actually making us money. As long as we don't have money sitting in too much money sitting in our bank account. Because this money here, this suffers from the inflation. Loans benefit from inflation. As long as the interest rate is lower than the yearly inflation rate. But yeah, looks like we're below 4 million rubles in loan again. 900,000. 4.8 million, so we could pay ourselves down below 4 million again. And the amount of money we can borrow is just constantly going up. The clothing factory was a nice bit of profit. Addition to the Republic for sure. only we can back our currency with gold. Yeah. Or with nothing. But that would be capitalist, I guess. Just back it with promises. Focus on this road so we can start with the next building. And then 2 more roads into the fire station. And then not that far away from the steel mill itself. I will only allow them to build the steel mill once we have a reliable fire station in the area. And I am still tempted on building a second one. I will have to check the footpath distance for that. No capitalist ideas yet. Are you aware of location of the ores, or are you just resigned to training it in? I can look around if I really have to, since we don't have any issues with money right now. I don't feel the need to look around, but we did try this map once before. And then I had money issues, and I looked around a little bit, so I know that there's coal and or iron in one of these hills. I think it was coal. So there's coal here, for example. And I don't remember where else, but yeah, I only scanned this area because we started from this location and built towards the center from that direction. Didn't work out. Yeah, so we made it a little bit easier, allowed ourselves a larger rare construction vehicle. And the construction of an auxiliary settlement, so we could at least have some of our own workers already work on the map. Because foreign workers get expensive if you constantly use them. And you want to do a lot of construction. Running an industry like in a hazardous waste incinerator, no problem. You can make a ton of money with foreign workers if you want to. But yeah, we needed a lot of manpower, and that it could not provide. There's a cute Easter egg when you unlock the mapping tag. Is there? I don't know about that one. Is it inside the unlock event? Or is it on the map screen somewhere? Oh, it is overrated. First I thought my republic would be like Dubai since there's a lot of oil, but it turns out the economy collapsed. Depends on the oil price. You need to regulate your oil exports to try and keep it high, I guess. At least our oil price seems to have crashed a little bit, but there could still be like an upwards trend. Like this could be a valley between the next upward slope. We had our oil price go up to 8,000 rubles per ton before. On the map? Okay. Interesting, I guess? So there's a passive small background tick without workers. I use a hazardous waste incinerator, which takes a couple of workers, but is really good if you're planning large-scale projects and you want a decent amount of income. It doesn't scale as well because you do produce a bunch of waste you have to also export or manage, and the hazardous waste price gets lower and lower the more you run it. But as a starting resource, it's very nice. Especially with trains. So our normal exports for last year, clothing 1 million, alcohol 250,000, and some other junk. So 1.25 million. Hazardous waste made 1.25 million too. Running with 5 workers. It needs the rail infrastructure, but it's very good. Over exporting oil, market saturation, oil price is negative like in COVID era. It depends, like sometimes the game is crazy and goes like, oh yeah, you're exporting a lot, well let me just drive the price up even more, how do you like that? The game is trying to like balance your over-export with an increase in price, so you're making just way too much money. Which is why I like focusing on imports rather than exports. We need a steady amount of income to fund the resources we do have to import, but otherwise lowering imports is more fun to me than trying to push up exports. Game is evil, very evil. So evil. Good. And the last sewage pipe, and then the sewage should be solved. Never had oil go negative, but the game does always find new ways to screw you. Oh, definitely, yeah. You can't just set up a thing and expect it to make the same amount of money all the time, because market prices do fluctuate quite crazy. They can go wildly. One of the most reliable resources you can produce is clothing, because your population depends on it, and it has a pretty much inflation resilient progress, even if you do start exporting it. You can overdo it, but it's gonna take several clothing factories to do that. Clothing is a very good resource, and I mean clothing with imported fabric, not clothing from crops. Every time I play this game, it just hit me with 4K for steel. That's when you do a ton of construction and have a ton of vehicles, yeah. We're at half that right now, 2K per steel, but price is going up. And even the US dollar price is very high at 1,000 compared to the starting price, so I would like to solve that with the steel mill. We're also paying a lot for crops, but that's okay. Crop imports are basically going to replace our food imports at some point again, and that's what we've been doing previously, importing a ton of crops and making alcohol and food out of it. Clothes become a currency in MegaCity 19. Or wearing your currency. That's like having your banknotes stapled to your body or something like that. That's weird. There's the water pump still, but that one can't be built because it's still a blueprint, so that's fine. The other road could build that, I guess. Just build all of this. Next thing we can get rid of is the House of Culture, because we have our theater. I'll still keep the temporary fire station. There's a lot of stuff here that I would like to keep protected. I think we're also getting to a scale where we would maybe say that the small heating plant couldn't save us anymore if something goes wrong. So maybe I should start emptying that one out over time, before we start demolishing that too. Wait until loaded, wait until unloaded, and at some point we'll demolish the heating plant. And that means that the water and sewage tank are also now not needed anymore. Except maybe the clothing factory. Nope, we have other ones for those too. Good. So that water and sewage tank could go away, but they still provide some extra delivery locations for the technical service. Some backup storage is not bad. your waste cisterns, more water cisterns. Almost there. That's fine. That's not getting in the way of the stairs. And then we can run our steel mill off of that sewage pipe too. Sure. I am worried providing running water to the city. That would get everyone crazy about the water supply. We'll have to like start providing running water from the outset, from the outskirts, give it to a tiny amount of houses, and then slowly bring it into the city and see if the sewage system holds, and the water system, of course. We still have the ability to have another sewage pipe from the outside, coming in from the other side of the city, from the road. But yeah, I don't know if a sewage discharge has a throughput limit. I don't think so. Okay, one sewage tank is now connected via a sewage pipe. That one won't have to be emptied out again. And the second one is just waiting on one delivery of bricks. Then we'll be ready too. We'll still have our sewage discharge. But the majority of sewage is going to go through the pipe. That means there's a lot of sewage tankers are not needed anymore for the moment. And we could replace them with the water ones, because they seem quite busy. These are not going to be piped. I guess some sewage trucks will still have to run every now and then, but not too many. Hazardous waste from the clinic. Right. Everything got turned hazardous waste, I guess. It's basically trying to run a city without the mindset of like everything has to be perfect right from the get-go. That is what MegaCity should stand for. It doesn't have to be perfect right away. We can change things. And in the future, I wouldn't be unhappy if we have to tear down the steel mill, put more housing here, and put the steel mill somewhere else. If at 500 workers per shift, it's just too polluting. But it is going to be quite helpful having our own steel supply. Then the open hull carriages can pick up steel directly from here. And we can stop importing it, because we'll be importing iron and coal instead. And the construction sector, the temporary construction office sector, will also pick up steel here. Not sure if I'll set up a dedicated storage. I didn't really leave room for that, because I was expecting to have that storage elsewhere. I guess the train that's constantly running could still pick up the steel from this and drop it off into the construction office sector too. Once we build this rail connection, it could run both directions. So we could use this as a steel drop-off point until we change our mind. You're not supposed to build that. Or that. They're not supposed to be built. Sorry about that. I dragged a construction task over everything, and those were definitely not supposed to happen. Build the fence so I can get rid of the other ones, please. I might have to send some extra workers onto the bus stop. Just so we have a bunch of construction workers and can build everything up with all these footpaths still waiting. Maybe it would be worth it, sending one house to the bus stop. I can still go to other, like, buildings, because the construction office vehicles are not that numerous. But it would certainly help with the construction tasks right now. Other sewage pipe also done. Good. That means the sewage carriages are almost all obsolete. Zio perfected the art of looking busy without doing any construction. Yep. But that's why we are here. "100 people to our next research point." And we're also slightly over 2 years away from the other one, so in theory 1920 we could start producing our own vehicles if we save up both research points. And I wouldn't be opposed to that, some road vehicles. Can definitely buy and maybe even export eastern vehicles for not too much money gained. But yeah, if we had to, a western vehicle would also be possible. "30 speed, slow down horses." I know this is very important for you. But yeah, the industrial area here is going to be a 30 speed limit zone. Even more priority for emergency services that can overtake everything. Once they get fast enough, and once vehicles go over, well, 30, they'll be slowed down to 30 just to prevent any overtaking shenanigans and traffic jams as much as possible. Once you have trucks running, they might have difficulty getting into a junction on a left-hand turn. Not that we have any trucks here. This is mainly just, if there's any vehicles running through here, make room for the emergency services. Just a pre-planned signal for once we have trucks. There's our other platform. No passengers and students here, just workers. And that one can definitely reach the steel mill, which it is supposed to do. So we can send or have access workers arrive at this platform to work. Ooh, I don't get those warnings anymore. That I need to change. That is not correct. Custom notifications need to be enabled still. We need to get those. Those are important. Those are my manually set warning messages. Whenever we export clothing out of this, it basically triggers a warning. So yeah, custom notifications I need to keep enabled, otherwise I'm not gonna get warning messages about missing resources in warehouses anymore. That's fine. The fence has been built. For now. A little bit of demolition work. Fence will be extended once there's room here. Once you let me know that the fire station is done, we'll have to make sure that the underpass is also complete. And once the fire station has its fire engines around, which we should bring here in advance, otherwise it's going to take too long. At that point we can start building everything else up. Conveyor belts look nice, yeah. I hope the whole area looks presentable, I guess. We might have to move some train tracks at some point. Or just get another road around the outside here to hook up vehicle production. Although I think vehicle production would be somewhere also accessible by an underpass. Maybe just an overpass. I mean, we can use the heating connection and just run it through here, I believe. If we get through the heating plants area. And then maybe have vehicle production on this side. But we would have to manually transport the steel over. Because I did not leave room for a factory connection on that end. What about doing it weird? Put a median open storage here with the road connection. And then we have a factory connection on this side. That would be possible. Would need another road access to build this up, but that would work, I guess. That's one way to extend our factory connection a bit. We would have to wait until the steel mill pushes resources into that storage. But we can make it a one-way connection, and then also tell the train to unload. It might push more resources in. So steel train arrives, loads all the steel, unloads the steel, maybe it pushes it into the other storage, and then loads again and leaves. It doesn't really need to be just such a large storage, I guess. Even this one would be fine. We have the factory connection around the outside. Like that. And then build it in a way where maybe the road can even go through here. That would be fine. I guess that would work. So we can run some steel storage here externally for the vehicle production that we can plan on this end. The only thing we have to worry about is how workers get here. But if we build it close to the heating plant, we have a trifecta of pollution, killing as many people as possible. This is only for planning. This might not happen. We'll have to see how polluting the steel mill is going to be. But yeah, the ideal thing is vehicle production, I think. 8 citizens away from our research point. Come on. We might have already gone over 5,000, but I mean, I'm gonna write it down. 2 people. Open overlay. No, close it. 1 person. Do we have any escapes right now? I don't think so. No, not that many. 5,000. There we go. Research point, the second one for population count. 7 research points in total. Excellent. At 6,000 citizens total, we might have to think about getting rid of the other settlement, but it would be a slow process, I think. That was expensive. Steel, obviously. Yep, we're building more conveyors. Ergo, more steel consumption. I'm gonna have to repurpose this locomotive. Put some more wagons in, designate some to hold iron. I mean, if I also attach waste wagons, I could run it directly into the steel mill. Unload the iron coal, load the waste. But I do need to unload the coal here. Maybe I'll just make a mixed iron waste train for now and just run it directly into the steel mill itself. And then we can test if we can load the waste or not. That would be important knowledge. What's in the way here? I don't know. Conveyor connection, I think. So I want this to be maybe following the underground tunnel footpath thing. Yeah, it's definitely the conveyor. Can't go through the conveyor, sure. Makes sense. What are you complaining about now? Okay. Can't really follow the tunnel in parallel, I guess. It's not at that range, so somewhere here, I guess. Should be alright. Okay. Power connection. Build that fence. Still waiting on the indoor pool. High priority, 1 footpath, get it built. Could also be running, instead of 150-meter long trains, a ton of 150-meter long trains, and then they wouldn't block anything here, I guess. But I want long trains, at least for the iron and at least for the coal. So yeah, we're running the coal on the inside and the iron on the outside. The coal trains are not going to block incoming trains. Maybe we'll use shorter trains for the iron. I don't know yet. In the beginning, it's going to be delivered directly into the steel mill with a waste wagon, and we'll see if it works. It'll basically do drop of iron, load however much steel there is, load the waste, and then leave. I think today we're not going to take a break in between the streams. I'm going to go get something to eat, but it is already prepared since I got a burger. I got a BLT for the afternoon lunch. I'm going to be stuffed, but I don't need to take a long break. That could mean that the stream might go like a couple hours longer, but it might not be as long as 2 dedicated streams though. We'll have to see. But yeah, maybe I'll take the time off, I guess, in the afternoon. I don't know if Cairn is still worth streaming. I kind of want to, but so many things to stream. And Grimshire, that thing is also still 3 streams away from finishing. Don't forget to hydrate and stuff. I have been hydrating, yes. I always mute myself when I hydrate, but it doesn't show on my avatar. But I can make it very noisy. All those extra workers now assigned to construction, the bus stop, will allow us to finish a lot of smaller footpaths, which means that the construction officers should auto-assign themselves to most of the construction work normally again. Isn't that one footpath here? I think it is. Oh no, it's all of this too. Finish these paths, please. Like the footpaths that require 1 worker. Finish everything here, please. And the entrance into the... That's the museum? What was that? Gallery of the Art, right, sure. Could fence in the whole steel mill. Put another fence around this train track and around the building. Once we know how it looks, I think that would look nice. So you would be about here if we continue straight on that way. And maybe a path around the outside. I don't know what that was. What the hell? That was a weird sound. I want to write down a timestamp. I want to know how that sounded on stream. It sounded very painful in my head. Let's see if the fence is still straight. Yeah, pretty much. That is fine. We got a gap of about a track. The track, not the gravel. So from here to the other track. In between here. So this fence is going to be for planning. We might or might not use that. If we want to use the factory connections of the steel mill on this side, we'll run a road around it. See what we can do with it. At that point, the road crossing over here might be moved back to another normal crossing at a right angle. Because I don't like sharp angle roads that much. They're very good for traffic, but not for real life traffic, I guess. Kind of annoying for that. Wow, indoor pool accessible, all concrete and asphalt already delivered. Yeah. We have to refine this small scale setup for asphalt and concrete production. I really like it. Helps a lot. If you build it early enough when the trains are still cheap, no problem. We'll have to set up train repairs in the area too, because if the auxiliary settlement is going to go away, then that has to be in the area. Clothing factory is pretty much full. And we had still 36 tons of fabric here, which is okay. Maybe I should add another wagon for food. It's running a little bit too often. But as long as the food storage is full, I guess I'm fine with it. We can see at the frequency how close it is to not being enough anymore. "69 years of life expectancy. Moving into October. More houses, more heating. We'll see how it goes. And if we have to pivot and get the research for reduced pollution, then so be it. But if it doesn't happen in the next 2 years, then we'll probably get vehicle production. I could research mechanical components right now, but I will hold off, I think. Because we might have to change depending on what happens. Secret police is up. Are those also messages about... Oh yeah, construction finished. Those should be under custom messages, I think. That's why they are not popping up. Important notifications. But I don't want the heating... I guess these are all important or urgent notifications. No, then we're going to turn these off again. And turn that on. I guess I have to check. Do they show up? Construction finished. What else? Market reports. Fire extinguished. I don't want fire messages. I guess we'll turn those off then. No heating, no electricity, no fire. There. Guess we'll run the old idea again. This way works well for me. No pop-ups, except when something burns down or collapses from an earthquake. But these are all informational mostly. Thought it would be nice to know about the history, but it doesn't work the way I've grown accustomed to it, so I guess I'm not going to use it. I don't want any pop-up warnings. I like the game just No messages, whatever happens, happens. Okay, while the secret police is up, we'll relocate some horses in there. One extra black horse. Minimum loyalty, I guess 35. School is set to 60. And we'll see if we have enough teachers with high enough loyalty to run it that way. Shouldn't really be a problem. Fence is done. Can get rid of the temporary area where it can be built up. Nice. Not a lot of ambulances are running right now. Seems relatively stable. We'll wait until February, March, I guess. Although pollution might kick in earlier. Did we have any escapes before winter started? Not that many, no. You like this song? Yep. I can see why. Well, I didn't want to start the rail construction, but I guess we might as well mark them to be built. The rail construction office is not going to auto-assign itself to these building tasks, but at least we don't have the white blueprints anymore, I guess. This looks a bit weird. Is that normal? I guess it is. I don't know when we're going to use this area for anything, so I'll just put a dirt road onto this. Make it look like a proper dead end, so we don't have a white blueprint here anymore either. What is your plan to avoid pollution in the future? We're not going to avoid it, we're going to tank it. Through medical tech, tech. So pollution filters, better healthcare. And if nothing else helps, then we'll have to relocate the steel mill, I guess, at that point. But in the beginning, the megacity should represent a 19th century style city, where the polluting industry is in walking distance of the residential buildings, I guess. Wait, what happened here? Why is the track missing? What the hell? I'm confused. So strange. Did I accidentally click the demolition task or something? Saved, very nice, yes. Pollution actually gives citizens exercise because they need to breathe harder. I don't think that's how it works. But maybe. Who knows? Pace of growth is definitely there now. Gotta be a bit careful with everything. Not too much. Hook up the sewage switches with proper connections. Still waiting on the heating plant to run empty. Slowly transferring all coal into it. Very slowly. Might be easier to unload it at the storage instead of the heating plant, now that I think about it. Because then it's going to compete with the train too. What was this tech point used for? It wasn't used yet. Either we're going to use it on pollution filters, but only if we're going to run into a crisis. Otherwise, we're going to use it for mechanical component production and vehicle production, which I would like to set up back here. Maybe mechanical component production off of this side and the vehicle production over here. This will be filled with steel. The vehicle production can pull the mechanical components from that factory directly too. I think the vehicle factory is larger than what this area would allow, but we'll see. We could also just deploy a warehouse and make the mechanical components elsewhere, I guess. Or produce the mechanical components here and make the vehicles elsewhere. Pick everything up by train and then run it somewhere. Rather dramatic music start. Is there something bad happening? Some suspense building? No, it's just YouTube soundtrack. It's not the game soundtrack. It's just very ominous and mysterious. Warehouse, 53%. Come on now, like... Please maintain this. This is over 53%. Why are the concrete mixers still not heading this way? What is going on? Didn't I already assign it that one time? Maybe the game crashed and then the assignment was gone. But you should have auto-assigned yourself. You still might have way too many construction tasks. Yep, way too many footpaths. Okay, sure. I guess so. Uh, 94 loyalty, 64, 65, 95, 80, 71, 80. I think even without secret police we would probably be fine, but no, secret police. Guarantee high loyalty for our children getting education here. Very nice. So the secret police could also be at 50% loyalty then, if things are looking that well. We have fewer people below 50% than above 50%, which is good. I don't know if the secret police does anything if it's over 50% minimum loyalty. If there's like some sort of effect that I'm unaware of. You arrived here, dumped all your food, and you gotta leave again. Was that true? Is food consumption that high now? I don't think so yet. Maybe. Could build another bus stop here next to the clothing factory and use that one for closer workers. So we would always be at a higher limit on the workers in here. I wouldn't have to wait as much on people walking to the building. I think the other bus stop can lose its function. Don't think we need that one anymore. People can reach the shopping center from the other stop. The permanent one. Okay, I guess I'll leave the game running. I'll mute myself, I'll get my piece of food, but the stream will continue. Just let me go and get some food. Be right back. Alright. I'm back. But I will stay muted because I'm gonna eat now. But we will continue playing. Just gotta unwrap it. Praise the food indeed. Didn't know I would like BLTs so much. Basically a burger without the meat. It's kind of nice. No sharing. I mean, there's still bacon in it, I guess. Which is meat. What I meant was no meat patty. It's our food, but I'm eating it. The workers deserve food, yes. Picture of a BLT with a pound of bacon on it? Yeah, I guess. It's very crispy bacon. I like it.
Population dips through winter haven't gotten bigger yet. Finished the museum, first attraction building, gallery of the art and the indoor pool are still incoming. But that should maintain a little bit more happiness in our population. Would like to get back to 77% if we can. Alright, food was successfully consumed. BLT destroyed. I'm thinking we could move this even back here. And have the factory connection go around the outside. We can have more than 90-degree corner with the factory connection. Nope, that's too far. Unfortunate. This would work, I guess. I mean, we'll wait until we have the vehicle factory, and then we can see if we can plan anything here. At the very least, we could do mechanical component production, I guess. And then maybe the vehicle production line could be somewhere completely different, and we transport all the needed resources by train. No, there was no shellfish in there. So last year, 1.5 million in clothing production, minus 900 50,000, so about 0.55 million ruble, 0.55 million rubles, yeah. In profit, 500,000. And no more clothing imports. That's also a big one. No more clothing imports. Which are included in this now. I guess there's still clothing imports inside the auxiliary settlement, since I'm not bringing the resources from the megacity to the auxiliary settlement. I don't want to connect them with production lines. Seems too complicated. Got our waste storage now, next to the police station, so I can get rid of the dirt footpaths in the area. That were very helpful though. Just standing and watch each other on different tracks. I hate when trains wait train, another track on one way tracks. Then it's not a one-way track. If they were able to face each other. No. Not from the auxiliary settlement, cancel. Too far. One stands on the right, other stands on the left. Okay, and why do you hate that then, if they're not blocking each other? If one train is going to the left, like, signal. So one train stands here and one train stands on the lower track, and they're looking at each other, but on opposing tracks. I wish I knew. Okay. Don't like trains watching, I guess. Ooh, the fence can be pretty close. Wait, does that mean we can have a fence here, but also the factory connection go through it? Hmm. fire station being built. We'll have to prioritize the footpath connection into the underpass. But once the fire station is done, we'll build everything else up, like I said. Fire station and underpass. But we can build stuff while the underpass takes priority. So many bricks needed. We're slowly catching up with the footpath construction tasks. Seems like they're managing it. Did you finish the reconstruction on the warehouse? Yeah. Oh man, come on. Don't assign yourselves to footpaths anymore, or roads. It's not what you're doing at the moment. There we go, maintenance. Once we start building roads and footpaths out of asphalt, then maybe you have to be assigned to that, but you're never going to be assigned to that because you're a horse construction office. And if we're going to build roads out of asphalt, then we would have a different construction office do that. I might switch one of the train cars to food again. Away from fabric. Indoor pool, another attraction building, and a sports facility for winter. It's gonna be useful. Hello, Scott. Welcome. Doing fine, thank you. Hope you're fine too. Look at that. 4 million rubles owed. And we still got 270,000 in the bank. We definitely paid our loans back quite well. Closing factory did its job. And the steel mill will be there, I guess for construction purposes, and for export if we really need it. Like, we can run the steel mill just for our own demand, I guess. Which should keep pollution somewhat low. But importing steel is getting too expensive. So that would alleviate some stress. Footpath tunnel, I mean, it still needs the resources. I guess we'll leave it on the priority it is right now. I guess it's taking most of the material deliveries for the moment, which is not great, but I guess it's fine. Can't run the other areas construction without it being done, so just gotta wait. Could run a footpath through here, above ground, between the heating plant and the transformer, and then bring more workers in if we can fit the vehicle factory and the mechanical components factory here. We'll have to see how the storages work out, I guess. Early start 1 makes a bunch of pollution for very little production. That was more of a population drop this year. Let's see. Average lifespan. I guess that's maybe a good indicator on how things are going. When was the vitamin research? I guess I can't really see it on this one. Oh well. We can definitely see when we built the second heating plant though. Winters are hard, yeah. Especially if you have a steel mill next to your city. We haven't even activated that one yet. Very happy with the loyalty at 60% though. That's very nice. What about the auxiliary settlement's second university? Is that one still utilized? There's way too many people here. That was a fast camera swing, I apologize. Just a couple building materials for the fire station. Fire engines are already here and waiting. And I guess we could start with the groundworks of the steel mill. Should probably build everything else up first. It was way more coal than iron. Almost 2 to 1. So we're probably gonna run a 3 to 1 ratio. Or a 2.5 to 1 ratio because of the extra heating plant. For the supplies. We're not gonna wait until unloaded for iron anyway. Since the train cars have the same size, I guess it's 5 train cars of coal for 2 train cars of iron. Could do 8 train cars of coal for 3 train cars of iron. Slap a waste wagon on it and see if it will work. Once it goes through the steel mill itself. And then this whole setup is for once we try to run it at high volume. I mean, the other thing that could happen is we leave the steel mill here and we just relocate the housing slightly further away. Make a green belt around the industry. Let's see. You had 6 train cars. So 2 for the coal and 3 for the iron. 5 train cars. Plus 1 waste wagon. Go to the train depot. We'll reassemble the train. You're gonna run with the other cargo wagons for now through the aggregate unloading station, but at some point we will just switch your direction and you'll go through the steel mill also. to see if the waste wagon works. We can't forever deactivate it from running through the aggregate unloading because this is where the heating plant gets its coal from. But just for a test. Heating plant is empty. I'll deliver the coal, go back to the construction office, and now we'll demolish the small heating plant. We'll also have to think about setting up trams, but that would probably happen after we have our own power plant, not before. I think you're gonna help with the delivery of gravel. Enjoy. And the construction office over here, the aggregate ones, the dumpers, are going to be allowed to pick up asphalt in this area. Asphalt and concrete is now available for all of the construction offices, so they can all help once they're doing construction work. Enjoy. All resources present for everyone. Okay, maintenance has caught up. We're back down to 42%. It's catching up. Vehicle maintenance across the whole map. 40%. Why are you not repairing? You're just busy, huh? Alright. Let's do 5 workers. 3 workers per vehicle maximum, so you can at least repair 2 different vehicles if you can do that. Yeah, I forgot about assigning the other construction offices too. That makes a lot of sense, because if they build something here, they can pick up the concrete real quick and help with the delivery. Even though the existing construction office was really fast for that anyway. Downside with that assignment could be that a construction office building at the temporary sector decides to build something up when this one would be way closer to deliver it. But hey, for Building the steel mill, for example, we need a ton of concrete. Might as well have a couple more vehicles help with that. Okay, now workers are also walking here. I think they're sending workers to this bus stop before they send workers to each other. Which is okay. Another cool thing would be, now that I think about it, doing a weird evolution kind of scale. So you start with a village, then the next settlement you build is a large village, then the next one is a small town, medium town, large town, small city, and so on. So you jump from settlement to settlement, but set them up in greater scale. Like the domino effect meme, I guess. Matryoshka suburbs. Yeah, like that. I mean, the way we're building the city right now is not very organic, but it's very difficult to do that. Start with a village, and then slowly upgrade it, and then build out the center again with something more modern, and yeah. That's something for another challenge. MegaCity 0 AD. We start with a village at the center, and try and make a living. I wonder if you could do that with easy citizen reactions. If you could just not have electricity, water, have some farming, and try and make it work. And then you slowly increase the difficulty as you upgrade your city from village to town to city. That might be interesting. Can even start without realistic mode, so you can just plop the initial buildings down the way the village looks, and then you start realistic. This one is not urgent. Don't need to build that right. No, you do need to build that right now. We're still on groundworks. But once it's on the second construction phase, we can put it on low priority, because the workers arriving via the tunnel once it's built can build it up. Don't need to send any horse carriages this way, unless we absolutely have to. Makes it kinda easy to upgrade the roads to asphalt roads or brick roads with sidewalks, because you still have a footpath around it, and once the upgrade is done you can take care of and remove the other footpath and maybe surrounding buildings and put more modern buildings in place. That could be an upgrade path for the whole area. Well, since we're doing so well on money, might as well get a couple more flatbed carriages. Got 3 road cranes currently not doing anything. They can definitely make their way into the construction office over here. Oh, there's one open hull carriage. Yeah, that's the flatbed one. That one we shouldn't put in any building. The sewage carriages maybe at some point in the future. Not right now. They're right next to the technical service in an emergency. Most sewage handling is done by piping at the moment. Almost done with the fire station, and then the last process of actually building up the steel mill and the surrounding buildings. What if we made an inverted city? Started with a village, then build a large village around it. A small town, medium town, large town, and they have the largest metropolis around the outside with a ring. Okay. Pedestrian underpass, normal priority. No need to send extreme amounts of workers to the area. It'll be fine. Clothing factory has a bunch of internal waste storage. We don't need to worry about building a waste storage here unless we want to filter out the biological waste, which I don't really care about too much. I'm not doing any farming. We have done the filtration for biological waste at our food factory and distillery in the auxiliary settlement, and doing so has netted us an export profit across the whole time of 115,000 rubles, which is what we're... Yeah, I mean, it's some extra money. That's what we're trying to do. Make as much money as possible to meet demands. Not as much money as possible to have a large number of money, I guess. Just as much money as needed, I guess is what I meant. Not as possible. I'll put some random traffic signs here too, because I think they're gonna look nice when, if at some point we run like vehicles through the area and there's a no pedestrian sign past this point. The rail junction is not happy, but yeah, no pedestrian, no people past this point. Do you plan to use cars or just horses for now? I'm planning on seeing if we can get to 1920, and if we can, then I'm gonna research mechanical component factory and vehicle production for road vehicles to make my own trucks where needed. Mostly excavators and bulldozers. Maybe some things for export, but that remains to be seen, I guess. If we run into pollution issues with the steel mill, then I will spend 1 research point for pollution filters, I think. And maybe the other one, if it still is a problem, getting into preventative medicine. Or we could help with the alcohol, I guess. Alcohol is also a pretty big factor. I think alcoholism will go down again once we have a sports facility for the people to go through during winter. Just make cars, not buy them? Yes. That's the idea. Horse carriages and early trains I can get. Anything else I might have to produce myself. Unless I, like, have gone 50 years or so without them. Maybe then I'm allowing myself to buy them. I don't know. There's no fixed rule set for that. Right now I'm planning on producing my own vehicles, I guess. So this little gap here is an area where we can go across with a road, and there's no train ever parked on it. It should always be running. It's only allowed to move past this point when there's room on the main track. So if we have a road coming through here, it could exit this way and then connect to this area. Have a corner here. I like this song because the low beats right now I think fit very well with the like industrial theme in my opinion. I don't know why it makes me think about industry. Sounds a bit like an industrial hammer. One more delivery of bricks. It's heading here. Fire station will be ready. Now we'll wait for the tons and tons of resources to be delivered to the steel mill and all surrounding buildings. Distribution office again, the waste one. So you didn't send any fire wagons out, like what the hell? Or they just teleported back, but it doesn't look like it. They were like, nope, not dealing with that, don't care. I don't get it. Guess we'll build another fire station then. All steel cars. That's a different kind of game. I don't know why they don't extinguish that one. It says it's in range. There's no traffic sign blocking them. They can go... Oh wait. Maybe they don't go in here if they can't return. Maybe this traffic sign is blocking the emergency vehicles. But they can return on the outside. I might have to test that in off-stream. Set fire trade and see what the fire station does. I would be interested in that. Might be a bug. Or maybe there's some shenanigans with the road signs, I guess. Because what I want is a one-way connection here. I don't care about motor vehicles so much. When was the last autosave? Was it already on fire there? Oh, 1704. We're gonna check real quick. I wanna learn. I wanna see if they actually went out or not. So I'm gonna save where we are right now. We're not gonna roll back. I just want to see what happened. If it was on fire a minute ago. Or maybe the autosave was after the fire, but we'll see. I just would like to see what happened, because can't really make any informed decision about that until we see what is going on. If the fire engines are not sent out, then I'll probably do a bug report, because it would make sense. If they are being sent out and they're just too slow and don't arrive in time, that would be weird, but maybe the fire burns really quickly. Learning, yeah. Lots of learning. Well, while it's loading, I guess I'm going to take a drink. Pause. It already burned down, so it's too late. The autosave was after. And it's not burning for 5 minutes, that's for sure. So I'll have to try that off stream, I guess. That's fine. Could I make a workaround happen? Yes, we could tear down this building and put a fire station in this area. Maybe even this one, the auxiliary settlement construction office. Put the fire station here. I think I'll do that. You know what? We'll do that. Sounds fine to me. I don't think I care too much about the crops in this building anymore, even though they're really, really valuable. But yeah, we'll have another fire station here. I mean, this construction office sector is going to go away soon. Distribution offices, I don't know yet. Still managing the waste. We need some more waste carriages in here now, which will then go into the distribution office again. Okay, I'll pick up the crops, I guess. Sure. You seem quite busy with your transportation of resources. Another fire. Okay, sure. Load the grain, wait until I unload it. We'll come back here and then trigger the demolition of the building at some point. Once it's out of grain. And then build a fire station here. Workers can reach there already. We can put this back to 10 workers and this one at 10 workers and hope that it takes care of the distribution office and stops it from burning down all the time. That distribution office empties out our waste storage at the MegaCity center. So it's a bit important. Got 4 vehicles that apparently got stuck everywhere, and there's a massive traffic jam here now. I'm gonna keep the game paused for now. And a traffic jam here too. Good. That's 4 extra vehicles. Where are the demolition offices? Full room for 4 vehicles. Convenient. Alright. Is any other vehicle stuck somewhere? Waste truck. You? You're fine. You're heading to a demolition office. You don't look like you're moving. You're not heading anywhere. You are definitely not moving. Vehicle depot. Make your way over here, please. Excellent. More than 4 vehicles. Why haven't you moved yet? I told you to move. Oh, there might be more vehicles heading into those refueling points. I guess there might be more waste trucks than we have sent around yet. Next one. Let's keep checking, see which waste trucks show up with a warning message. Those we have to move. I assume most of the waste trucks have survived, basically. So we probably still have 12 waste trucks sitting around. With no assignment. That might be all of them. Fire station done. Fire carriages in here, please. And yeah, maybe we'll build a second fire station. The steel mill is going to be important. 15 workers, or 18 workers I guess is the maximum. Should be able to handle it though. Is there any other fire station in range? I mean, it says it's in range. So it would assign itself to the steel mill and probably send a carriage over or two. The smaller fire stations do not have that kind of range. Okay, looks like all the issues are resolved. Now we just wait on the pedestrian underpass and the footpath tunnel to complete. But we can already let the construction materials for the groundworks for the steel mill arrive. That's okay. It will be nice having an external storage for steel. If the steel mill burns down, we will probably have the steel here from the steel mill to build it back up. As long as we don't export everything. Three more deliveries for the indoor pool at 1.8 tons each. The Gallery of the Artist is going to take a little bit longer, but this winter they'll have a possibility to do sport, I guess. This we could all still fill in. Electricity, water and sewage in the middle, and then build more houses around here. Further than that, I guess the heating plant is not available. I would like them to prioritize the tunnel and the tunnel exit for resource deliveries, not necessarily for passenger transportation. I guess the tunnel could still receive passengers, like workers I mean, but this one shouldn't, and it's not assigned to. But yeah, please finish this footpath. Now this bus platform can also reach the clothing factory. Almost done with unloading food, and our storage for clothing is almost full, which works well. Next horse carriage picking up food from the warehouse will send the train out basically. That was alcohol, that was grain. You're picking up food. After it has done the other unloading tasks, because it did get rid of all of its fabric still. I do have one other unloading command, and the whole clothing shenanigans, so we put 5% of clothing back into the warehouse so we don't run out. That took a little bit, but yes, it did move. Let me check this train. You're on the depot. Can't open the depot from here. I'm too lazy to scroll over. I'm just gonna go rail depot, railway construction, train depot, train depot. There we go. You can have your coal train car, your iron train car, and your waste train car. Should be mixed waste. What? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, 124 meters long. Let's see how you do. I won't run you through the steel mill yet because it doesn't exist yet. Although all the train tracks are done. Okay, not a lot of warning messages anymore. The lack of sport during winter will not happen anymore. This will hopefully bring up happiness. Very good. I won't tell the train to load iron yet, just coal. I can tell it to unload waste if it has any. It should be mixed waste. No need for that yet. I don't think I have any more flatbed carriages at the auxiliary building sector. Otherwise I would move them right now. I don't need more concrete mixers. I just need more open hull construction. Okay, looks like we're not really competing against the train with delivering grain anywhere. Not at the warehouse. So we'll transport it to the grain feeder instead. You'll wait until unloaded there. There's always going to be traffic through this building. It's only 8 tons, and we need to unassign this from distribution offices, otherwise they're always going to bring more vehicles to it, like you. Stop it. No more resource deliveries here. Let me know when the demolition is done, and then we can restart construction, and then you'll let me know once that is done too. We'll have to get the distribution office for waste up soon again, so that we can empty out these storages, mainly the mixed waste. The other 3 storages were for demolition tasks. I mean, the other thing I could do is relocate the distribution office closer to the fire station. But no, I'm gonna move the fire station, move an extra fire station in. Alcohol addiction going up. Maybe with the indoor pool now in place, it's going to solve itself. Or that this is just a result of the orphanages constantly being overloaded and instilling alcohol addiction in our children. Sewage pipe is already done. Just need the substation. And workers from the bus platform will also be able to build up the steel mill for us once all materials are here. Don't need to use the construction office with the horse carriages. We just wait until all materials are there and then open up the floodgates. Groundwork's going to take the longest. The building itself has way more work days, but we can use it like 8 horse cranes for that. With a flood of workers that will be built relatively quickly. Maybe before that is all done, we can finish the storages to bring iron and coal here. I guess you'll be able to load iron too now. Next trip. Unload coal, unload iron and coal. Don't wait until unloaded. Unload coal, wait until you are unloaded with that, and then drop iron and coal in one more time, I guess. So we drop everything we have into the storage, then we unload only coal, wait until unloaded, and then we drop, once the coal is out, we drop everything in again, which is just iron, but I have coal selected too, I guess. Until we have the route going through the steel mill. That's how we're gonna bring a couple resources in. And then we can figure out what the waste situation is like, and hopefully test successfully that we can load waste by train. If we can't, then I don't know. Maybe we can put a waste storage in here and have another diverted train pick up waste in the area. That would be a bit annoying though. Maybe back here. Make it run through the steel mill and then pick up waste somewhere on the road. We'll see. We'll also see how much waste it actually produces. That looks quite wobbly. Draw it in one path and it'll look fine. Oh, that's okay. Not sure if it'll be built, but I wouldn't mind fencing off this area and leaving it as a bit of a green space. I don't think there's going to be any housing here, but who knows. Always need some room for disloyal people to live, I guess. If they can reach the bus stop, then yes, we could have housing here. Theoretically. This bus stop, this bus platform. They could reach that. Not very easily. But if we put a bus stop here and then fill this with housing, everyone could walk to the bus stop and then from the bus stop to the other one, and then they're out of free time. So that wouldn't really work, but conceptually, we could make people live here. Barely. A bit more extra pollution is going to be produced by the asphalt and concrete plant now. Maybe that's why you don't do construction during winter. It's not because it's freezingly cold and everything is like dangerous. No, the pollution is just too much. They can't run the asphalt and concrete plants during winter. It's just too much pollution. I want the balcony-like structures facing inwards into the towards the footpath, because there's not going to be any road here if we build those up. Just so I don't forget about that. Those columns and very small balconies. The grocer also acts as a little bit of a center for every other attraction building. People go to the grocer and then can walk to anything else. So it's like a bus stop, except that people don't have to wait. We need to know wind directions to avoid maximum pollution. I don't think wind direction exists in this game. I don't want to do a whole science time stream for that, but I think pollution is not affected by wind. I can try it. Since there's only one type of pollution, we could drop a waste storage somewhere and fill it with hazardous waste and then see what happens with the pollution. If it's a perfect circle, there's no wind. Maybe I'm wrong. Would need to try that, I guess. Fuel plant always want to blow pollution to my city direction. That's probably because you have a heating plant near the city somewhere. That usually happens if you have an oil plant here and your city, and then the heating plant on the other side to keep it away from the city. And then you have one pollution center and another pollution center, and they both combine to make very much a lot of pollution in the city center, basically. And it looks like it goes towards the city because they combine pollution, like it bulges outwards from the other pollution centers. But I think it doesn't. I think that's just how people set up their pollution creators. Heating plant, turbine, power plant, station, fuel plant at one place. Well, again, I'll try it. I'll try it off stream. I guess I can also try it on stream, but I don't want to change right now. We already loaded a save once to test something, and it didn't work because it's auto-saved a little bit too late. Which heating plant would work on oil? That would save a lot of space, yeah. Unloading station, storage tank, and a single pump. And all pipes underground. Heard somewhere that wind is mostly blowing to the northeast. Alright.
Guys. You heard. Just god dang it, try it. I'm so sick of hearing I heard. Like, just go into the game and try it, for crying out loud. Where are we? Somewhat in the center, sure. Guess we can't really get pollution there. I guess I'll just make a power plant. Then I didn't need to build the other things, I guess, but sure. Let's see. Coal power plant, 40k pollution. Maximum export capacity to one of the borders. There we go. Pollution monitoring station. I'm also interested in it, so I don't mind. Let's fast forward. Purchase some coal. Get some water going for better efficiency of the building. And then move in a couple people who are gonna suffer a lot. So let's turn the citizen reactions down. And just drop a house here, I guess. Okay, fast forward. There we go. Yes, pollution warning. Turn up off the notifications. Now we wait. Just fast forward, I guess. That's not the pollution, that's just the way it looks. That's not how the actual pollution looks. We'll see where the pollution is forming. The real pollution, not what it looks like. Right now it looks like it's forming here instead of towards the right. But that could be because the center of the building is tracked differently. And there might be some randomization to it. Just keep it running. Just because the smoke goes to the right doesn't mean the pollution goes to the right. How much do you produce? 17 megawatts. Basically running almost at full tilt all the time. Sure. Why is it not running at full tilt? Not enough workers? Is the building emptying out? Sort of. I guess their efficiency is probably going down. They only have this place to work at and they still can't get the power plant to full capacity. Okay, you know what? Just have a grocer. Stop complaining. I don't know why the modern grocer allows them to sell electronics and clothing. Does not feel right. Or whatever. So maybe now it looks like it's going to the right, now it looks like it's going here. What I'm interested in is the furthest direction that the yellow is going. Some people said it goes towards NATO. So we have pollution on this end.
We got even pollution up all the way to here, which is outside the pollution monitoring range. It's all the way down here too, I don't know how. It's over on this side too, there's some yellow. I think it's just a random way it like gets spread out. I don't think... Let's see. I wish I could hold the pollution filter about here. 580 meters. This one is way further. It maybe it's like a pollution cloud and then it's slowly drifting away because I can't otherwise... I mean, the only thing I could see right now is that at some point it interrupted production and then it reduced the pollution here, but I don't know why there's so much pollution on that end. That's 800 meters. And down here we have pollution all the way in that area too. That's how far the pollution monitoring station goes. Need more pollution monitoring stations. This is not... But this is how I would test it. Like, turn off electricity and maybe set up a waste pile. Maybe buildings with chimneys behave differently than a waste storage. Maybe there is a difference in how they behave. Maybe this scatters it around based on the wind speed. Maybe the wind speed determines stuff with the pollution from these industries. Maybe this one doesn't create like a pollution pile like a waste dump would. Maybe waste dumps are really dangerous because they just concentrate all the pollution into one area. And if you have a chimney, it spreads it out a bit more. But then it has also an easier time to drift over the city. But yeah, let's not test that any further, otherwise that's gonna run out of control. That might be another test stream at some point, another science time. But not right now, I want to build the steel mill. Maybe these pollutions from picnics? Maybe. Or the sewage from the residential building. Maybe that had an impact. Because the sewage was... yeah, the sewage was overflowing for the power plant, so there was also sewage for the residential building, I guess, that was overflowing. And we didn't take that into account. A waste storage that you transport hazardous waste to would be the clearest indicator. But if the chimneys behave differently, yeah, maybe a heating plant would be easier. A heating plant would always try to heat. You could fast forward to winter and then try and make it run for a while. Let's see where the pollution ends up. But you saw it was like creating pollution pockets everywhere, not in one specific direction. You saw the first pocket show up and we're like, oh yeah, it's moving, like it's going there, it's going in one direction. A little bit more of a sample needed for that. And that one was not enough of a sample to make any conclusion. Just that it is not consistently blowing in one direction, like some people say. Maybe on certain maps there is something, but I have not noticed that in my gameplay time. All I know is that pollution in general seems to cluster around an industrial building in a circle fashion, not in a stream fashion. And the indicator of where the chimneys are blowing the pollution to is just the visual display that there's something happening. Because if the chimney would blow straight upwards, it would look kind of weird. Even though I would like it, if it was based on the wind speed. I don't know if it is. I don't think it is. Let's put the wind speed here and see if the chimneys are doing something different. It's too warm for the heating plant right now, I guess. Otherwise I don't have a chimney here. Well, we do have one trusty chimney. I said we have one trusty chimney. Okay, almost done loading. So it's heading this direction, which is northeast. Visually. It looks like it's blowing northeast. Does it affect on the... Does the wind speed affect it? I don't think so. Would be cool though. It might. I'm interested to see if that smoke plume changes how high up it goes. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, like there's almost no wind speed right now and it's still going the same way. I think that's just a visual thing. It's always at an angle. Maybe it's the rotation of the Earth and the wind is just going straight up, but the building underneath it is moving to the... No, never mind. Enough shenanigans. Back to the steel mill. I could load a second session of workers and resources so we can look at the pollution stuff while the steel mill is building. DO waste. Let me know when it's done building, thank you. Also, did we remove all the crops, maybe? Not yet. You know what? I'm fine with that. Just remove it manually and get rid of the building. So where's the horse feeder? The horse feeder carriage. You... Where did I pick you up from? I think it was from the distribution office. That one. But yeah, it's like logical to think about, yep, where does it blow visually? Looks like the pollution is going northeast. But I don't think the game behaves that way. I think that's a ruse. If I had a pollution monitoring station next to this incinerator, I guess I could check more cleanly. Let me know when this construction office is demolished and we'll set up a fire station here. It's blowing in real life in my area. Factories are all on the southeast side of town because the prevailing wind is out of the northwest. If the wind is out of the northwest, then it's blowing southeast, isn't it? That would be mean. Would be interesting if that mattered in the game. Yeah, I don't think it does. I think the wind direction is always northeast visually. But wind speed didn't seem to matter. Maybe internally the wind speed matters for how far the pollution gets moved away from the industrial building. Because we did see that the pollution was drifting away from the industry, from the power plant. This is gonna be pretty horrible for the steel mill in the residential area if that is true. I wish I wouldn't have seen that, I guess. Well, it's gonna be fine. It's not like the steel mill will run 24/7. Oh wait, it will. It is going to run all the time. Maybe not at full throughput. Definitely not at full throughput at the beginning. We won't have the workers for it, nor the resources. Good protectants always my windrows. Yeah. I think the tunnel is done. Workers are now walking onto the construction site themselves. We're just waiting for the bricks to arrive. And then the fire station will get workers. Plenty of people waiting here. I'm so glad we have the asphalt and concrete now. Big industrial buildings are not scary anymore. Except of course for the open hull materials. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, footpath exit has all the materials it needs. Workers are working diligently to get it finished. And then the fire station will get workers. Mix on a horse, it's blowing. Well, it's not on a horse, but behind it, but on a horse, I guess, as in it's being pulled by the horse, yeah. It's a really, really big mixer. Feels like. If you compare it to the size of a human next to it, if there was one, it's kind of massive. Mortar. A bombard, yeah. It's an artillery piece. Just put a round ball in it and ignite the gunpowder underneath. That reminds me, I still would like to play some more Master of Command 2. That was a fun game. Maybe I'll do that after the stream a bit. Well then, now we will get workers here. Power line has been built, the substation is still waiting. As is the water and sewage tank. But they should all complete before the steel mill is done. That thing takes forever. Guess we'll try it with only one fire station. I hope the steel mill doesn't burn down. Would be pain. Did some of the prices like drop? Because I feel like we're not paying as much money anymore. Chemicals just going up. Brick is based on coal. I'm always looking at the... Okay, going up I was saying about the ruble price, but we should be looking at the US dollar price. That one doesn't have any inflation in it since we haven't traded with them yet. Well. We'll need a proper kindergarten. The early one. Okay, it's undergoing maintenance, I guess that explains it. But yeah, a kindergarten here wouldn't be the worst. I think we can get rid of the football playground if we want to, because we have the indoor pool now and a volleyball court. Doesn't hurt. At least not for the moment. But we would like to have more residential buildings in that area eventually. So that plus the kindergarten and the school, shopping center, warehouse, this would all have to be removed in one go. I mean, it doesn't make sense to remove the football playground if we also don't plan to remove these things. It takes barely any workers and it provides a ton of sports enjoyment.
Well, loyalty is stuck at 60. Running the school with very loyal people. Maybe should bump that up to like 80%. Might give them the most loyal education possible. What? Oh, machine replacement. That has been ongoing for a while, hasn't it? High priority, because we're currently running out of food in the shopping center and the grocer. Why is there no steel being transported? That's gonna have an impact on our loyalty. We're gonna have some work. Bring some food to this warehouse, please. Until the machine replacement is done. I'm gonna be set to do that whenever it drops to... No, we're gonna deactivate that manually again. I need to know the warning before I start committing more resources to the settlement, of course. But we're only one steel delivery away from this issue being gone. It's just that the maintenance construction offices seem a little bit busy with the flat maintenance. Okay, pick it up from the customs house, get it repaired. In the meantime, we'll bring some extra food over. If that happened in the MegaCity, the transportation distance would be a little bit further. I would probably plan for an extra warehouse full of food in case of an emergency, with no assignments other than try to keep it filled. And then if there's an emergency, we can pick up food and gain like a month or a bit more to try and solve an issue. Or at least rejiggle a train route bringing food from the border in instead of crops, if we were producing our own resources. Oh right, you're not carrying iron yet. Good. Otherwise, you know what, I'm gonna block the other storage too. Pause. I'm gonna set up the storages before I allow resources to pass into them. Get the research for the steel mill, might as well use it. We're 1.25 years away from the next research point based on the decade. And the way it looks like, we might use pollution filters and cableway cars fairly soon, but maybe not immediately. I think the idea of a vehicle production sounds very attractive. Getting some high importance routes through the city with horseless carriages sounds neat.
I knew building a steel mill with horses would take a while. But I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't take forever. As long as you have the asphalt and concrete nearby. Just the steel deliveries are going to be pain. Could bring them already. But no, the construction offices will have to do that. I have a lot of open hull carriages. Should not be too bad, I hope. Yep, we're working on it. It's fine, probably. Maybe. Well, the food production is running again, so it should be fine now. Can unassign the distribution office again. The first settlements on each map always look like this weird amalgamation of different ideas. And what I learned is I like this and I like this. Residential buildings around the clinic, hospital. And we kind of transferred that into the MegaCity center. Once we have trucks, we could also bring resources to a temporary storage locally. For horse carriages, I always think they have like such low capacity that it doesn't really make much sense to do that. But once trucks get involved, then the capacity goes up by a factor of 2, 3, sometimes 4 for the earliest ones. 2 tons versus 4 tons. Factor of 2. You can also get less capacity at faster rate. While you're transporting 4 tons close to the construction site and then having 2 horse carriages nearby, bringing it wherever it's supposed to be. That could work. But by that point you might also use the faster, smaller vehicles. And you just get it done more efficiently than the horse carriages at that point. I still don't have a horse feeder here. Do they fit here? No. Unfortunately not. Doesn't need electricity, it's just a building. That'll work. This would well, feed horses a lot more efficiently than the current storages. Can't feed trucks with crops, that's true. And oil prices are gonna go up. Game is threatening me. Don't you dare do fuel or fuel-based vehicles. I will ruin your run. Maybe the steel mill will be the first building that will receive running water. If we can't keep up with the deliveries by horse carriage. There's no other residential building here. Might be fine. Almost done with the groundworks for the aggregate storages. Once we start emptying out coal, the train's gonna run a while because the coal storage is large. And I would like the iron storage to be also ready for that. Waste storage for the fire station. And I guess if I build a waste storage, it's also going to be used for the steel mill. Lots of concrete needed. Well, that's fine. Now you're coming back with some iron. I don't think we'll have the storages ready before the heating plant has consumed enough coal to make you run again. But that's fine. Export this year, 1.4 million, almost 1.5 million rubles of clothing. We exported some hazardous waste. Oh, the demolition office in the auxiliary settlement, yeah, sure. And 1.1 million hazardous waste import profits. So the clothing has more profit for the export, but we still have to import the fabric, obviously. I still think the clothing is worth more now. Reliable clothing supply, reliable fabric supply, and employment for a bunch of people. Maybe we can move the water well at some point. Open this area up for maybe a bit more housing. Get rid of this bus platform, another house in here. Reworking this once we gain access to prefab panel buildings will be quite fun. But for now, growing our population. We're 5% towards our goal of 100,000 citizens. Unprecedented pace. Only took us almost 40 years in game. So at this rate, we're going to be... Okay, let's look at the population graph. Because it's not going to be linear, obviously, but still, it's kind of funny. So this is the auxiliary settlement. Pollution testing started... Okay, this is the first heating plant. The second heating plant getting built, I think. This is productive age workers. Now we need total population. Sure, that's almost the same. Then messing around with the auxiliary settlement. Our first tests, I think, here with the moving people into the MegaCity center. And then MegaCity center is stable. It is linear, actually. But we can see that we now have this pulsing effect every winter when the pollution hits. We did have that in our auxiliary settlement too, but we didn't have that population growth. And I guess our population growth will flatten out once the residential buildings have been filled up, which they almost are. How much can a brick horse feeder hold? 60 tons. That's a lot. I guess running a farm with horses is kind of cool because you could reuse the crops that you get directly into the horse feeder with the factory connections. Allow more workers onto the construction site for the groundworks. We're still bringing resources here. just takes us a while. Not sure what the concrete mixers are doing right now. Probably... yes, the iron storage I would imagine, because that one's not on low priority. Trucks on wooden gas. Sine wave of life. Well, yes, it's depending on if you're looking at it with glass half empty or glass half full, I guess. I mean, a glass is always full. Depends on if you mean air or liquid. Alright, bunch of concrete now he needed here too. Maybe we do get the iron storage set up. That would be nice. Can start loading iron into this already. Fire station will keep it safe. Or else. I want the steel mill to be functional, but it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take all of the open hull, covered hull, well, not really much covered hull. How many mechanical components do you need? It's gonna need all of the covered hull too. 32 tons. But mainly the open hull. No other building construction during that time, I guess. $10K work days. The groundwork is a slow one, the rest is fine. The other construction tasks we can do with 10 times fewer workers. So we need 2,000 workers for the groundworks, and then 700 people to finish the rest once all the materials are there. Because we can use road cranes at that point. I'll put the steel mill on normal priority, I think. So if another residential building has construction being done, it doesn't fall behind. Almost done with the distribution office. We're a little bit under time pressure. This demolition almost done too. Two more. Oh, okay. What thou do? What are you doing? Okay. Is food factory repaired? Yes, it was running when we last checked. Food factory is fine again. The downside of only a single warehouse before it gets to the shopping area. I guess in the future I would plan this with a fire station in mind. It's kind of an important area. If we build a fire station here and it still burns stuff down, then I don't know what to say. You can say that game. No, I would load a save and investigate why it happened. Because it might be a bug. I don't think it's gonna be a bug. Well, it might be related to the no motor vehicle traffic signs that I placed on that side. So I don't know. Let me know when that one is done. We'll give it some horse carriages, reduce the amount of workers down to 15 or 10. And hope that that one can then extinguish whatever burns down, or, well, what burns. Hopefully not burns down. Get the storages up, bring the concrete here. And the mechanical components. Okay, maybe we'll be able to unload coal and iron this trip already. Doesn't seem unlikely anymore. If I were to turn on the in-game music right now, I think the feeling of the game would change completely, because it's that happy music that I haven't heard in such a long time. Would make things a bit different. Exactly like that, yeah. Especially the hidden emotes. We need to stay nice and depressed like a true Soviet settlement. Yep. Just concrete now. This is the pouring concrete phase, which goes quickly. It can be done with 20 workers, if all resources were here. Do we still have things that are connected to only this sewage tank? Clothing factory? Nope. Fire station? Nope. I guess we could get rid of that sewage tank, and then the sewage would be piped for everyone. And we don't need the sewage carriages here anymore. This is gonna create a bunch of pollution, I think, because the sewage water will probably dissipate into the environment. I will do that still. And the water carriage too. I've watched a fair number of Russian-based YouTubers go to malls and stuff. The places are just ghost towns, weird and eerie, like when online shopping took off in the US. Yeah, if something changes and you put a lot of infrastructure and a lot of investment into it, I mean, it's not going to go away the instant it becomes popular. Things change quickly these days, it feels like. I don't know if there was any analog in pre-20th century time of that nature, where something new became available and it immediately changed everything within a couple of years. People just do AliExpress or Temu. Ordering stuff from the comfort of your own home. Very nice. Another police carriage. And now we monitor the sewage tanks and see if they still go places, because they shouldn't anymore. Everything should be piped now. If we see a sewage tank moving, something's wrong, or we haven't hooked up a sewage tank yet. A sewage tank carriage, I guess they're called. Heading to a sewage tank. The My Summer Car / My Winter Car vehicle. That's what embargoes and DO, except it was much more extreme during the Cold War. Ah, okay. So when something suddenly gets cut off instead of something becoming available. Yeah, that's true. I mean, then you have no choice. But the whole sticking with something old versus adopting something new is the change I was looking for. Because not having access to something anymore means you have to change. Either if you, for example, lose access to food, the way when your shopping center closes, you either go to a different shopping center or you don't adopt. Just came straight into the conversation, just looked at chat talk. Ah, okay. Sure, you're part of the team. Welcome. Almost done with the iron storage. Just, what was it, 20? No, 12 more deliveries? Or was it less than, oh, it's 1.6, never mind. More than 12 deliveries, less than 20. Shopping centers are doing fine in my country so far, not heard of any closures. Yeah, I think they are mostly about those 24/7 shopping centers. Not the ones that are more like arcades, more like shopping centers plus food courts. Well, I guess that's the same thing in the shopping malls. What makes them different? Is there any difference? I guess not. Maybe accessibility. Public transportation being very convenient. We don't have those. Ah, okay. Not as tall as the previous building, but a little bit more sun going through, I guess. Sure. Now it's 11 deliveries. Yeah, with concrete from the border, this would be pain. I would have not decided to build the steel mill without concrete and asphalt available a kilometer from this construction site. I do need to try if they can work without any power. Because I think they can. Because then it could supply construction materials to build up the components that they need to attach to themselves, instead of having it brought here. Of course that makes it quite painful with the gravel, but if you have a gravel production, sure. Loyalty is just locked in at 60. $1,200 higher educated. I think that went down a bit. No one over 30, that's fine. You are struggling. Are you? There's people from the student hall also moving here, I guess. Bunch of people from the orphanage. The orphans are not finishing their education anymore. There's too many loyal people, I guess. That's fine. Oh yeah, and don't let the MegaCity go into crisis because we let it run full on waste, I guess. And that style of shopping center more in Eastern Europe thing after the collapse of the Soviet Union, where especially American businesses took over the commercial space. So one food court in Poland, but I ain't traveled much. I see. Well, I hope the waste carriages get here soon. Could also run a dedicated road with the carriages, I guess, instead of keeping that waste distribution office. But it is just so convenient designing new buildings to it. And it balances itself out. So less than 10 deliveries. 5 heading here right now, which is 9 tons. We need 2 more. 5 plus 3. I'll put the steel mill at high priority too, so it also gets some concrete. I just would like to finish the iron storage, I guess. Coal is not as important. That can be done once the groundwork of the steel mill is complete. But no need to be carrying the iron back and forth, I guess. Oh yeah, this one could also load the metal scrap, I guess, sure. Mixed waste and metal scrap. We could dump it on a train and export it. Put a waste storage for the city's waste somewhere here. Or an incinerator. And have a train wait until loaded. But if we incinerate it, then the resulting waste would at most be metal scrap and ash. And the ash we can get rid of locally by just waiting. And then move the metal scrap to an aggregate storage that a train could load from. Or even the waste storage, I guess we could load metal scrap from it too. The aggregate one just loads very quickly, but the waste one would be more convenient to build. And since it doesn't rot, this could be an a metal scrap storage, I guess. Almost there with the concrete. 3 deliveries, we need 1 more. Such excessively large storages for coal. Hello Sadlier. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your Workers and Resources stream? Did you get to 1,000 people? Hope you had a good stream. I didn't take a break today, so we're still in our MegaCity run. I've decided to build a steel mill in mine. Quite close to our houses, right behind the heating plant. We'll see how it goes. MegaCity 19 Center is going to be a bit polluting. $1K was hit barely, but distribution offices are now being researched. Nice. Distribution offices will make things easier. I am probably planning on getting mechanical component production and vehicle production, because I've kind of put a limit on myself to only use motorized horseless carriages without import. So I will have to start making them myself if I want to use them. But the fuel price for us is still in an area where I would say, nope, only in very rare circumstances would I actually even consider them. Refueling would otherwise be really expensive. And I'm not really planning on building an oil refinery to make my own fuel. So we're gonna stay coal and crop based for a while. Maybe at some point we'll find an oil field that's in a convenient location. How many trees have you chopped down so far? Have you made more room? Cleared more area? Today I built a rail distribution office. That is strange and interesting. Yep, it's like a road distribution office, except you need to worry about, well, everything really. Every section of track and junction and where it could go and where it can't go. Approximately, yes, numbers of trees. Did clear over 2K of wood today. Built a second harbor to bring in wood to the first harbor to be processed. Wow. Well, it was mostly about trees and tonnage, I guess, not the exact count of trees. Although I guess you could plant a tree, put a logging camp down, and see how much wood you get from one tree. And then you can always extrapolate how many trees you cut down by the amount of wood you get. But who has time for that? Future farm area, wood cutting camp went from 25k to be cut to 23k, hence the 2k number. Ah, okay. Excellent. 2k. I mean, with horse carriages, that's... cutting them down is one thing. Transporting them away is the problem, I guess. Only one flatbed running. That building is being maintained, I guess. It's an empty building. Transporting them got a lot faster with the boat getting involved, plus the makeshift bitumen production takes part of it. But you still have to bring them from where the tree got cut down to the logging camp, and that takes like that. You can only speed up with better logging vehicles. So if you're still relying on horse carriages, that's still as slow, isn't it? Got our iron storage now. Excellent. Or is there a horse carriage that can do large quantities of logs? I know there's a dedicated logging carriage, but it's still not that great. Logging wagon, 2.5 tons. What was it called? Felled tree capacity. 5 tons, 8 tons. Still cutting down trees relatively close to the camp, maybe 100 to 150 meters out of the camp. It'll at most cut down, I think, 800 tons of trees or something of that sort. And then it waits until the logging carriages keep up with it. Doesn't cut down an infinite amount. Doesn't clear cut the whole area. Just so you always have to send workers to it. $20 deliveries of concrete to the steel mill now. And then we'll start with the open hull materials and the mechanical components. Money-wise, we're doing really well now. I think our loan is basically being paid back. I could bring this down below 4 million rubles again, which I guess we will. I have to pay a bit more attention on the money side of things if I do that. There we go. 4.19 interest rate, less than 4.2. Logistics is definitely the bottleneck, yeah. If only they could share their workspaces more efficiently. So you could set up one logging camp to cut everything down and then a bunch of logging camps just to pick everything up. But they're always reserved by one logging camp and don't share, I guess. But at least the logging camps are easy to build, I guess. Was there an early start logging camp? I seem to remember that there was one, but I might be... Oh no, there it is, yeah. Very cheap woodcutting post, doesn't even need steel. Can have 5 horse carriages. Really nice. Our loyalty situation is stable at around 60. Not sure what I would need to do to start buffing them that further, but We reached our new equilibrium, I guess. Without radio or TV, just with the method of friendship. And massive amounts of propaganda. I'm going to take out another loan. I don't want to run into the situation where I don't realize that I'm running out of money. I'd rather have $1 million in the bank than run out of money during winter for a couple weeks and have everyone die. Loans, yes. Loans are free money. Let's see you get to the center of the map without loans. Especially if you start with 200 people, oh god. Oh my god, that would take a while. I'm not loan averse. I have no loan aversion. I use them liberally. Still have over 200k of my starting cash. Yeah. But it's losing value fast. Every bit of money you don't use loses value. So the money I have sitting in the bank account right now is losing value. But so is the loan. Since it's loan money, I don't care as much. Inflation is taking away so much of my money. Coal storage is also almost done. I set up a tiny setup for asphalt and concrete. It could be cut down even further by having the factory connection go directly into the concrete plant, but I think this is more reliable. But yeah, I think in the future I would build it with... I don't know. I would build it with the asphalt unloading station somewhere on the entrance, so it unloads bitumen, cement, and then gravel for both buildings at the same time. Since we can pipe the bitumen to a storage, it's way easier. You know, since I use so much modded housing that doesn't require much, if any, steel, my steel price 14 years in is still under 250 mods. My steel price is 2,000 something US dollars. 5,000 rubles, I think it was. Or did I get that mixed up? No, 2,000 US dollars. 2,000 rubles. 1,000 US dollars. It went down a bit. It was up to a higher price, but only briefly. It's still trending upwards, which is why we're building the steel mill. It's Chinese New Year's today. Happy Chinese New Year. Hello, Lid. Welcome. Steel mill should be near the river. No, it should be... Well, it is near the river, somewhat. It is connected to a sewage pipe, but it doesn't need any water otherwise. Except for the workers. We could lower water consumption by not allowing any drinking water in it. And then there would even be less pollution being created. But of course we would lose efficiency. Does eat a lot of water. In real life, yeah, but not in the game. I mean, yes they will. If you provide them with running water and they have 500 workers per shift in them. We don't do that. Not yet, at least. But they will be able to walk directly onto the... directly into the industry. They should add that. Isn't that for arc furnaces? I don't know how if a blast furnace needs that. I guess for cooling. Someone deliver the last load of bricks, please. I don't want to have another distribution office burn down again. I mean, it was the same distribution office twice. I still don't know why it didn't reach it. If it burns down again with the new fire station, then yeah, investigation time after that, I guess. Should be more separated steel-related buildings. More complexity in the production chain would make the game even harder, and I think for most people this game is already too difficult to get into, like if they don't at least bring a little bit of frustration resistance with it. So making it even more complicated, I would appreciate if it was moddable to allow that, but I don't think it's going to be in the base game. Again, I don't know what the next DLC is going to be about. I really would like to know. I guess they're conceptualizing, maybe. Could be DLC. Yep. Or maybe they are gonna add like a DLC that allows for furniture production. More consumer goods. Probably a space race DLC allowing you to launch your own satellites to boost your TV or something. Launch a satellite to boost your TV, oh my god. No, let's go even older. Let's go 19th century. For hardcore players, yeah. I think the next DLC might be more approachable. I still believe it's going to be something like a collection of Western vehicles to give more content on the Western border. Maybe it'll be integrated so that if you have the, let's call it Western Vehicle DLC and the Early Start DLC, you also get more Western vehicles for Early Start. Communism as idea appeared in the second part of the 19th century, so you can't really go much further in the past. It's not communism, it's socialism. We'll be fine. SpongeBob Patrick is timeless. Is communist? Nah. We are avid followers of the SpongeBob Patrick monument, the red star representing SpongeBob Patrick. Maybe the peasants revolt sooner. I mean, you can always do alternate history, I guess. That is always an option. Forever Transitional Communist Republic. That's a cool game name. I'm in. Alright, we'll be unloading iron and coal now. Both. So we're ready to run the steel mill. Probably going to have to set up an incinerator to make it work well. Unless we can pick up the waste from the steel mill, but I seem to remember that it wouldn't allow that for some reason. I think it needs the waste to be external. At which point I'll have to demolish this train track and put the waste storage in so the train can load steel, load the waste that got produced, and then leave. But we'll probably leave this train track because loading waste takes a while, and having that off on another line makes more sense. Can use cableways to send the waste to an incinerator at the construction sector. That would work too, yeah. That would be fun. Or train it. Cableways would be cool. But again, I think vehicle production might be next, depending on what the steel mill does to our city's health, I guess. I'm sure we can run it at 10% its capacity and make a bunch of steel. I'm not sure how high we can push it and still survive. Train body take forever to load. It works quite well with the dump with a claw machine, but the waste does rot in it and creates more pollution, which is unfortunate. So you have to make a sacrifice, either loading speed or some extra pollution. What I haven't tested yet, what I want to test, is what happens if you set up a way where you load through the factory connections from a storage that doesn't create pollution, but you hook it up with multiple factory connections. Does that speed it up? So you do something along the lines of this. Will these two extra connections speed up the loading process? Because it's connected through multiple connections. I don't think so, because I think the game just checks what resources can I see from here. Oh, it's waste. Pull the waste over. And that speed is probably the same. Don't you need an intermittent storage anyway, or is the internal storage large enough? I don't know. I don't remember. I think it has a large internal storage. 64 tons. I don't know how much it produces, but I'll probably need the incinerator. I was running a steel mill at full tilt one time with no storages and just trains, and there I remember having to set up a waste storage afterwards, I think. Won't it load unload faster with it being a large station? More wagons at once? The station... Yes, that matters too. Yeah, that is true. A longer station will load faster if you have more wagons. That's why we have 6 wagons on our hazardous waste import train, but we only load to 40%. I could have saved on wagons, but I wanted the extra load speed. Alright, fire station is set up. Let's hope it doesn't burn anything down anymore next to the customs house. If it does it again, I'll be a bit mad. I kinda need that incinerator already. Maybe this area is gonna become an incinerator instead. Collect the waste, burn it, move it off to an ash disposal site, and then just load whatever metal scrap is left. How many more hose loads for the steel mill? 10 concrete, and then we go over to open hull. So we're almost done with the difficult part, I would say. Is anything used at highway? Yes, waste horse carriages, grain distribution. Otherwise, new vehicles coming in. But it's mostly it was using it much earlier when the construction sector was running to set up the MegaCity center before we had the temporary construction office outside the MegaCity center. But otherwise, not much, no. Which is also why I stopped finishing the double road setup and sped up the process to get to the center of the map so we could actually start building. Maybe once we have trucks running we could make more dedicated lines going to the border, but currently not a plan. I don't know why I start liking these minor details so much. Still, like road going through over the train track with fences, just opening up the way without a gate, without a fence gate building. I like it. We ain't individually planting trees and bushes yet. That I had on the list, but yeah, I would probably use a broad stroke brush and just fill everything in. And then make adjustments because it would be way too dense. Two more deliveries, and we can finish the groundworks for the garbage stand. And 6 more deliveries, 4 more deliveries for the steel mill. Three are heading this way right now. 2 more. 2 are heading this way right now. That's the groundworks done for the steel mill. I do not want the steel mill to burn down. That would be so painful to have to rebuild. And take the waste away first. Sheesh. I'm letting the waste sit for a bit too long, I feel like. This is concerning. I have 1 more free storage. And then it becomes an issue. I guess we can still dump into the storage for the demolition office. So I guess we have 2 more storages after that. I don't remember why you were allowed to load coal, and I'm a little bit worried now. But I'm sure it's fine. Good evening. Could the waste from the steelworks be transported by train? That's what I'm trying to see if we can load it directly from the building. If not, I'll set up a local incinerator and probably filtrate the metal scrap out of it. If it has any, if it doesn't have metal scrap, we can deal with the ash locally, I guess. Now that I think about it, I think in our village run it was just ash that comes out of it once we burn it. There's definitely no construction waste in it, and also I don't think any metal scrap. So just burning it and dealing with it locally should be fine. So I guess it'll give us a reason to set up an incinerator in here. Somewhere in this area. Shame that the factory connections are on the outside. And this one I would like to use for the vehicle production. But we'll have to see how that lines up anyway. I'm going to make the decision that I think we will go towards vehicle production, so I'll spend a research point and say mechanical components. So we can research this year towards that in our high loyalty university. There's way too many students here. We'll do engineering. Alternatively, I could do steel material fatigue, but yeah, let's just do engineering. And then we have a long time researching towards the road vehicle production. Then after that, only one research to get the train production too. Maybe everything should be on the other side, outside the steel mill area, with the multiple factory connections. Maybe we could plan it with the train production also. I mean, the buildings are different. So many people with 90% loyalty still. It's crazy. Focus by loyalty, I guess. Get some more 100%ers through. Public university can have a couple more workers. Where's your megacity? This is the center of it. This is where it's supposed to happen. We're slowly building it outwards, but with horse carriages and trains, it's a bit stressful. I don't have a megacity and I'm showcasing it. I'm trying to build one. So it will take a while. Especially if we're, well, slowly bringing resources in. 2 tons at a time. Finally, the groundworks are done. Is done. Now we just bring all of that material here. Concrete again. Bunch of bricks, mostly steel, couple boards, couple mechanical components. Then we'll have our steel mill. Then we'll figure out what we do with the waste. Alternatively, I can also set up the incinerator by factory connection directly on the building if I want to. Sounds like a Hanoi development. I don't know what that reference is. The steel mill in the city? Could be. A bunch of cities did that, I guess. Have the urban center right around the city. Shortest footpath to work. Not steel? Ah. It's like Old Town. Oh yeah, we're staying with the way that an old 19th century city would look like for a while, I think. At least to my opinion. So having the heavy steel mill right in the middle of town with houses built around it is kind of the plan. How big health problem is that big heating plant in your center? Not much yet, because it's not heating more than a small heating plant. It can heat as much as 2 small heating plants, and if you want to know how much of that of an issue it is, we have a heating plant here and a heating plant here, and people living in these houses at less than 50 years of life expectancy. So there you go. We gave them vitamins though, so they're doing a little bit better. Still not great though. How fast are built-in trains loading unloading at steel mill compared with similar train cargo station? I think iron and coal is very quick. It works really well. I want to run it and see if we can load the hazardous waste. I don't think we can, but I want to try it. I bought a train wagon for it to see if it works. But if the steel mill only produces waste that incinerates down to ash, then we just deal with it locally and make an ash dump. Just spread the waste out and get rid of it. No need to do anything else with that at that point. Which we would be able to do here. I don't think I need too many waste dumps. I guess it depends on how high we turn up the steel mill. Multiple construction phases, mostly bricks now. All the bricks, all the wood, all the boards, some steel. It's not the concrete phase yet. Still at 5k population is pretty early. We're 40 years into the game. We started in 1880. And it took me a long time to get from this area to the center of the map with horse carriages. But the settlement development is slowly speeding up, which is good. Next goal after the steel mill and vehicle production, maybe even before the vehicle production, would be the construction sector at the southeast end of the city. So we have our more permanent construction office sector with proper buildings instead of the temporary construction office sector out here. Until then, we can just, before we export steel, move in, drop off steel here and have it available for construction, I guess. But I do need to finish that train track to make that work. I wish the assignment button in the rail construction office was higher. Oh well. Build steel mill at 2k population, yeah. I'm not planning to run it at full tilt. It will probably kill everyone in the city. But I want my own steel, because steel prices are crazy. I do want to deal with the steel prices a bit before it goes out of control. Otherwise, further construction is not great. Oil prices are also very high, so making my own vehicles is maybe only good for export right now. But we'll see. But building a steel mill with horse carriages is its own little mega project, I guess. Otherwise you will be in Gulag? Hopefully not. So yeah, the work days don't tick down very slowly. We only have 5 workers in here and they're reducing that pretty rapidly. Once all resources for the current phase are there, we can increase the amount. And then they have to start bringing concrete and steel, I assume. Mechanical components maybe last. Even that clothing factory is temporary, but we can just plop that down somewhere in the city and then surround it with houses, and I think it would be fine. Doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. Okay, the trees right in front of the monument are not gonna stay, that's for sure. I don't think so. No. That would be a political thing. You can already use prison labor. Just gotta make your own. You can make prisoners work in a stone quarry, which is I guess the closest thing you can have. I still need to try the Gulag run again. Maybe not on Siberia. No, it would be on Siberia again. With the new pollution knowledge, probably on Siberia. Yeah. But it also doesn't have anything other than the name in the game that points towards that. Like political topics, I mean. Except maybe the party HQ. Well, propaganda is not... What did I want to say? Propaganda is not... Is propaganda political? I guess if it's not political, it's called differently, like astroturfing. So yes, I guess they do have propaganda, which is political too. No, it needs to be on high priority. Bring all the resources that you can to this building. I don't want to wait that long. It seems like the steel mill storage is prioritized for unloading coal, which is not great. That could be a problem. Seems like this storage receives coal before this one even... Oh no, it's full. Why do you say you're full if you only have 797? Wait, what? I'm confused. You're not running and saying that this thing is full. Okay, I guess. 300 tons of concrete. That's fine, we have a concrete plant right here. 67 viewers. It's pretty good. It's not quite nice, but we're almost there. Long stream today. But yeah, the concrete is not the issue. The steel will be more of a problem. Takes a while. Concrete gets delivered from this area. Steel comes from the temporary construction office sector. I guess our construction material train will run through here and pick up steel on its way instead of at the customs house. After going to the construction office sector, it'll go through here, pick up steel, drop it off at the CO sector again, or maybe before the CO sector. Go here first, deliver to the CO sector, and then go to the rail construction office. Or maybe the customs house first. Manned train barrier should be an early start. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Human-controlled rail crossings. I see. That would be nice, yeah. At least the brick deliveries are larger than the concrete ones, but I still think that this construction phase will take longer than the concrete one. We will have to wait for a bunch of mixers to arrive here. I don't want to have more concrete mixers here, even though it would be super convenient. Please take a look at how much vehicles are on the highway, on the way to the steel mill. $12, 18, 20, 22. Around 22 vehicles. Carrying 1.8 tons of bricks per horse carriage. The residential buildings will only get materials after the steel mill is done. Okay, we can divert one delivery to the garbage stand here, I guess. I'll have to wait for the vehicle production line to see if it fits in here. The early start one might be small enough where that is possible. I remember the late game one being similar to the size of the steel mill, maybe not as large. Definitely not as tall. Which doesn't really have any impact on placing it, I guess, but that's what I remember. Are we keeping up with the waste removal? Because it doesn't feel like it. Local waste incinerator. And then make sure we get rid of the metal scrap. So I'll have to put it into a large waste storage and have one horse carriage waiting there until loaded for metal scrap, I guess. Or use a distribution office again. Distribution office would be the most sensible way to solve it. Have we got enough workers for steel production? Yes. I don't need full capacity steel production. I don't use that much steel. If we can make 167 tons of steel, I would have dealt with last year's steel production. And that should easily be doable with a couple workers. Granted, we're going to use more steel this or next year because while the steel mill will take 223 tons to build on its own. But yeah, at the production rate of the steel mill, 43 tons per day, we're going to run it at like 10% maybe. 4 tons of steel per day would still be way enough to cover our demand and make tons and tons of money. And only run it at 4 tons of pollution per year, which is basically the level that the clothing factory is running. That would be great. And if we ever get pollution filters and maybe preventative medicine, maybe we can crank up the production rate depending on our need. But yeah, like a 10% production rate in the steel mill is more than enough to deal with our domestic demand. And it's going to be cheaper to produce our own steel than to import it, even if we import iron and coal by train. I don't know why you think the destination is full, honestly. So weird. Maybe it's because the building is closed and it says like it doesn't need anything. It should only check the resource storage, not the heating plant itself. More bricks. Okay, I guess the construction takes so long that it might make sense to even get the other buildings involved. But there's not that many concrete mixers left anymore. I guess it doesn't really make that much sense. Nothing very much over 40% wear and tear. Auxiliary settlement struggling a little bit with maintenance. Cause, I don't know. Why are you struggling? What are your maintenance officers doing? Oh god, there's so many open tasks. I guess there's not enough open carriages to deal with this. Let's double the amount of open carriages and try and solve it, I guess. Looks like the material deliveries are not fast enough. Maybe that's the reason why our happiness is going down. Certain residential buildings in permanent maintenance mode. Fourth of July? Well, it's over. It's not 4th of July anymore. Too late. Could complete some more rail construction in the meantime as well. Right, can't get through the steel mill yet because it's not built yet. Makes sense. Thought you could travel this way and then turn around. Maybe if I put a signal here. Construction train arrives, goes in here, turns around. Might be too complex. Or is it not connected? It might be not connected. That looks different, I think. I believe that looks different. Let's see if it works now. Because I believe it should be able to get to that area. With a bunch of turning back and forth, but it should be possible. Oh yeah, okay, so it wasn't connected. Good. Well, not good, but good we found it. Steel mill, come on. The storage is just filling up. Technical service. Incinerator. I guess for a low intensity running steel mill that would not be a problem. Not sure if we can make it so that the workers can even walk to this production site. Yes, yes we can. The building we care about is the bus platform behind the residential building. If that has access, then a ton of workers have access. Currently it's not connected to a footpath yet. It should be. Okay, this would be connected around the outside, which hasn't been built yet, but we could have a waste incinerator over here. And then try and disperse the ash behind it. That would work. Welcome to City 17. I hope not. Should be nicer. Please work in the steel mill, thank you. If we built this, then the fence, I guess, wouldn't work. But I think for the city's waste's own stability, we kind of need to make this happen now. The waste incinerator is definitely needed. Then we might need a distribution office to remove the waste, bring it to the pickup zone for the distribution office that exports it to the border, until we have the local handling site up for where we can extract the metal scrap. Yeah, otherwise I feel like we're gonna have a bit of a catastrophe in regards to the waste. Because they only pick up 2 tons. And we only have 12 horse carts coming. They will drop it down back to 200 tons. Even if this incinerator only deals with the waste for the steel mill, that'll still be a good thing. Because the steel mill waste, I think, is clean and we can get rid of the ash locally. Almost through the next construction phase. Worker count is not a problem. Material delivery is. But yeah, it's a bit far. At least we'll have steel here soon, close into this inside the city. Could have a brick production here too, if the vehicle production and mechanical components don't fit in both. Then maybe we'll put in mechanical components and brick production. But that would also concentrate a lot of industry all in one area, spewing a ton of pollution everywhere. Not that the heating plant plus a steel mill is a good choice. That's already quite a lot of pollution. But I wanted the steel mill to be at the center of a residential area. At least somewhat. And so far we only have part of the circle of the residential area that we're supposed to build. Looks like the steel delivery is heading to the waste storage. Epidemic. Severe infection. Doesn't spread very easily. Long time duration. Global pandemic, 22% for 8 people on average. What, 22%? That's, yeah, pretty bad. Thankfully it's not winter yet, but if this goes into winter, I think our healthcare professionals won't have an issue dealing with that. We have a decent amount of spare capacity in every hospital on the map. Shouldn't be a problem. Ambulances might be too slow if it spreads quickly all of a sudden, but it said it wouldn't, so I hope it doesn't. Sun reflecting. Oh, change color. Sunrise done, I guess. Yeah, the goal is to get the steel mill up. Financially, I think we're still doing fine even without the steel mill, but it does hamper our means of production and construction, especially with vehicle production. Conveyor belts. Yep. Drop down to 35% higher educated. Let's check the graph. Population going up. Higher educated stagnating. Can't believe this building is full with the setting of you need at least 70% loyalty to move in. One snuck in with insufficient loyalty to continue studying, I guess. And I think they're gone. Something going on with our kindergarten? Did it catch on fire? We have a lot of people, 50 people unable to work. Nope, it's just too small. Haven't built a proper kindergarten yet. Or like multiple kindergartens in their final location. Let people drop off their children before they go work in the steel mill. Sounds sensible. I don't like this kindergarten that much. It's almost double the size, but only has 50% more capacity. But building it for the looks is still possible. But I think this one fits more with the building design that we have right now. We'll find the location at some point, not right now. It's not that many. I mean it is, but no, it's not that many. A couple more deliveries, we're done with the current phase. And then on to the next one. New research soon, yay. Yep. Vehicle production. The capable cars will have to wait a bit. Maybe we'll get to 7,500 citizens in not too long of a time. I mean, we're already a fifth of the way there, I guess. I just need to build more housing. And make sure no one dies. It's that easy. mortality. If only. Right, let's finish the current construction phase quickly and then get on to the next one. I predict a bunch of concrete and steel, unless it has 3 more construction phases. Pouring concrete. Maybe steel framing, maybe installing machinery, whatever the last one would be. But yeah, we'll deal with the local waste for now, because this is filling up too much and I don't like it. It's gonna be annoying trying to get a curve in here again, but no, that works fine. So we could have some waste storages here, I guess. Try and deal with the ash locally. Something like that. Maybe another waste dump back here, I guess. And then one distribution office to make sure the waste goes out of the incinerator into those waste storages, and then if there's a bunch of metal scrap suddenly in one, it will bring that somewhere. Probably the waste dump out here. Metal scrap we should be able to manually haul away with horse carriages. Until we have an aggregate storage with a train loading station here. But I think that would be maybe the initial setup. Okay. Not all the steel yet, but it is the pouring concrete phase. That's where the concrete mixers will have to get active. The incinerator also has high priority, so we will have to do both. It won't need that much concrete, only for the groundworks. Well, we can be quite clearly below 4 million again if we want to. Refresh this one. Better interest rate and the first one. 4.19, both again. And we have 300,000 in the bank, which I guess is okay. Didn't seem like our money was going away too much. We got 80k rubles profit last month, and our loan repayments are 65k, so in theory, our money might be going up now. Unless, of course, the game thinks 2 loans is not enough, so we'll turn up the difficulty even more. I will have to build a horse distribution office, and also make sure that the waste gets moved around as it should. That would have been a nice fit, but nope, too close. Doesn't have to be that close. It can be somewhere else, I guess. On this road leading into it, for example. It'll do a right-hand turn into the area, does its job, and comes back out. It will not interrupt a lot of things doing its work here. I don't know if I want to have residential buildings on this road on the other side. I don't think so. But then again, this is going to cut over and provide more housing in a circle around this. I just don't know where it would start yet. The road isn't nicely aligned with the buildings. I'm tempted to tear this one down and get it at a slightly different angle so it matches with how the buildings are placed. For this road it's short enough where it probably doesn't matter, but this one is quite long. And will look a little bit odd, but I guess it's also not the worst. But yeah, this whole area we can still fill up with housing before we have to move into another place. On this side we would need more heating. We're still not running the heating plant at an area where I would consider it dangerous. The heating plant itself, 20 tons of pollution. A quarter of that is 5 tons. Which would be more than the steel mill would make at 10% productivity. Total of 9 tons of pollution. Right now is manageable. Yeah, I think I'll rebuild that road probably. This one is fine. But this one, it needs to scoot over by like 1 bit. The other option would have been more precise rotation, but we don't have that. We just have the wide rotation and then the precise rotation, but it's not quite good enough. I guess I could just... No, never mind. The road's gonna stay. We'll make it work. That's the theme of the game anyway. Just make it work. We'll leave a little bit of area in between here to let a footpath through if we need it. Long building. And then angle it the other way. And have another footpath through here, I guess. Maybe? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that would work. Waste storage here, footpath past it, and then another residential building to fill up this area, maybe some outdoor sports facility. Shouldn't be an issue, and it is in range of heating. Quite far, but that should be fine. Need more concrete. That song is so weird, it's just repeating itself 3 times. I'm not sure why. I'm gonna skip that one. I think I'm gonna put a hard limit on a 10-hour stream. I think a 10-hour stream would be my limit. I don't want to do a 12-hour stream. Ten hours. Yep. Tomorrow's workday is hopefully going to be shorter than this. This music reminds me of the scary music in Ixion. Say no more. We can do Ixion. I have that prepared. I have the Ixion music ready to go, because it's great. Let's skip over to Ixion, because it's fun. It's a bit different, a bit more spacey. And also tries to be uplifting, but it's also that isolation vibe from being in space sort of music. Took a fat nap, how's progress? Steel mill is progressing. We're completing the second construction phase, which is pouring concrete. After that, probably steel framing and then machine installation, I would guess. Unless there's only one more construction phase, but I'm sure the game has 2 more after that. I'm also setting up a waste incinerator because our waste storage at the edge of the map is running full. So the waste incinerator has suddenly taken priority. An accident has occurred in the Republic. Oh no. Yeah, that was a thing in the game. Maybe it's only gonna drop coal into the other storage when they have about the same percentage? I don't know. But yeah, the heating plant is time, I guess. But if we run into the situation where the steel mill consumes so much coal that the heating plant doesn't get any coal anymore, I guess we'll have to make a change somehow. Maybe we can bring the coal in from this side afterwards. Get rid of this whole setup. Come on, more concrete at the incinerator. Thank you. 4 deliveries of concrete, and we can go over to the other construction phase. And if the steel deliveries are done to the steel mill for the construction, then they can focus on the incinerator afterwards in the next construction phase. We got 63 21-year-olds without their own flat. It is happening. Only 4 with higher education and high loyalty. Well, I guess we'll open up the next building. There you go. Not sure how many of those people have a high loyalty, but I guess we'll find out. Give heating its own coal, but never had steel mill run out of coal anyways. Since we're gonna underrun the steel mill in the beginning, it shouldn't really be an issue. It's just that the storage is so oversized, I guess. I wonder what's gonna happen to the coal price. We've been importing coal quite a bit now. The closer and closer we're getting to steel production, the more likely it is that the price is gonna drop. But no, it's holding steady. I mean, looking at the US dollar price, still at slightly over 1,000. Ruble price is still inflating upwards. How's the research going with the mechanical components? Almost done. The Technical University will have a lot of work to do if we research vehicle production, which I think we will. Just the ability to get some excavators and bulldozers would be nice. Once they become available. I doubt steel will crash the demand internally, it's too big anyways. It was only 180 tons last year. Was not that high, I don't think. At least I wouldn't consider a high demand. But with the constant expansion of the city center core, yeah, we consumed more steel than we needed to. And since we're going to consume more steel for building the steel mill, hopefully the price will stay stable until we do our first couple exports. And maybe get rid of the whole loan. Not repairing vehicles yet. The horse carriages need so much steel. Look at that, 0.01 tons. It's crazy. Didn't know how we were able to survive until now without a steel mill with those horse carriage repairs. They're ridiculous. I'm going to check something real quick. There's a race today, but I don't think I wanted to join. No. I don't think so. Steel price crashes, just build a grain silo. True. If the steel price goes bad, then we can just go into farming, I guess. And if the steel price stays high, we can also go into farming, because we will have a steel mill. Just that easy. How's the maintenance of the buildings at the auxiliary settlement? Did we catch up with things? Still looking a bit bad. The new horse carriages are working. I think they're going to catch up with things. Okay, that works. Where are you picking up workers from? Bus stop. I guess, yeah, sure. Train platform is not really available for you. Research done. How big is the mechanical component factory from early start? That's neat. 6 tons of pollution. Throwing so much production into this area. I mean, it's all gonna be running at like a low rate, but still. I was thinking the steel mill, the heating plant, and I know if I added another incinerator, I don't think I can push it more. We'll have to see. How much is the vehicle production, pollution-wise? Eight tons. That's fine. That runs at really low capacity, 0.8 tons. For 10%, that would be okay. Wouldn't run that at full tilt, I guess. Excess vehicles would go into a vehicle parking space for export, and otherwise we would just unload them wherever needed. I'll have to make a vehicle parking area, I guess. Don't know if you can unload a vehicle through a road cargo station. I don't think it matters in that case. Medium priority. Send 4 or 3 concrete carriages to the incinerator, please. And once that is happening, I'm gonna increase the priority on the steel mill again. Exporting cars with trains looks cool though. Yes, but I don't think we can do full production. At least not in this area. The mega city will still grow, but we can't have everything at the city center. Let's just see how bad it is with the steel mill. How bad it is with the steel mill going through winter. We still have the option of instead using the research point for pollution filters and just producing some mechanical components on the side. But even the steel production itself should be good enough to drive down the price of mechanical components if we export. I would like to have all resources used for vehicle production on the train anyway. So maybe we'll have a vehicle production on the outside of the settlement, together with the mechanical components. We would need to deliver fabric. Electronic components and steel. We can make the mechanical components on site. I don't think we would need plastics for the vehicle that I'm trying to build. So steel, fabric, mechanical components. I'm not sure about the electronic components. Mechanical components we wouldn't need to deliver. I didn't mean to say that one. So steel, fabric and electronic components, maybe. For whatever tiny headlamps we have in the vehicles, I guess. Two concrete mixers. I need one more. There it is. That is enough. Go back to high priority. We're finishing more residential buildings in the meantime. House distribution office. I will definitely need a waste carriage checking all the storages for metal scrap. But if one had like 50 tons of mixed waste and then everything rots down to 30 tons of metal scrap, I need a distribution office to help with emptying it out. And I need a distribution office anyway to pick up the waste inside the incinerator, so we don't pick it up too early. Only when there's a certain amount of waste that has piled up. In the beginning, I guess we can use a free distribution office until we realize, nope, it's not enough. Refresh loan? I think we're money positive. We weren't money positive last month. We're down below two loans. Let's wait. Nothing can go wrong. Which is completely opposite to what I said earlier, where I said, yeah, having 1,000,000 rubles in the bank is more comfortable. Alright, loan. No refresh, just an extra loan, it's fine. The loans wouldn't refresh too much money anyway. Oh no. One more? Okay, it's on the way. Good. There's less than a ton of concrete missing, but it is being delivered. This will be used for the city's waste production. It might move in the future. But yeah, like I said, right now it's producing too much. Storage is almost full. Oh, our horse grain feeder is also done. Excellent. Cool. I'll reserve some horse feeders here as an emergency that I can connect with a road in case we run into a problem that our other horse feeders have run out of resources. Which shouldn't happen because we're delivering grain by train. Unless our distribution offices are over capacity. I haven't even built a proper one yet. I'm going to tell the distribution offices to not bring food to the small shopping center. We should be able to manage to just resupply the area with the factory connection by just having enough workers in there. And that would alleviate a lot of delivery stress for the distribution office. Bringing food to that shopping center takes a lot of time. %, 21-year-olds without their own flat anymore. Winter is doing good work with that, I guess. Loyalty dropped by 2%. Once the incinerator is up, I'll probably unassign the distribution office for waste off of this storage and slowly feed this one into the incinerator because everything in here is cleanly incinerating down to ash. I guess I could drop hazardous waste always to the borders incinerator and just try and only put in mixed waste here that goes down to ash. So I wouldn't have to deal with the metal scrap right now. My storage isn't done yet. Okay, they've just delivered some steel. Good. Sun going down. It's gonna turn bronze again. They really boosted the monuments. I think that's a lot nicer now. The short range for certain monuments was quite difficult to manage in certain instances, but I think now the monuments are convenient to use and a lot more intuitive, I think. I thought we wouldn't have an issue with the concrete delivery. I was wrong. This is taking ages. We've done a third of the concrete. The steel mill burns down. Fire? Oh, it's a train. I was like, what is making that noise? Oh no. Well, this road will have priority. Making vehicles be able to leave has higher priority than feeding new vehicles into the grain feeder. They always have to be able to leave. Okay, it gives the exit road priority, followed by this lane, which does a right-hand turn into the horse feeder if it wants to. So that's fine. And the opposite lane, if it wants to go through straight, can do that without blocking anyone. If it wants to do a left-hand turn, it will have to wait for both other lanes. And that will avoid traffic issues, which were maybe preventing some resources from arriving here. This song I really, really like. I'm gonna put a rate stop in because I don't know how long I'm gonna keep going. Maybe it's time to get some trucks. Vehicle production. That would be the next research if we want. Even without the steel mill we're doing fine, so we could even stagger our steel mill production to just have it run in summer. So that would be an interesting setting for the steel mill. Only run the steel mill if it's that warm. If it's warmer than 20 degrees, because then the heating plant isn't running. But my goal for the vehicle production would be preparing for getting bulldozers and excavators. Not necessarily trucks. Because an excavator would be worth so much for us. We'll have to bring fuel to it, give it its own construction office. But that can be the 3 buildings, that would be fine. So new researchers, yes. Half a month and we get started on the vehicle production research to prepare for getting excavators and maybe bulldozers, which we'll have to buy licenses for in the vehicle production line. Then I guess the last construction phase is going to be the easier one, because we can carry, I think, 1.8 tons of steel. 2.2 tons of steel, which is a bit more than 1.6 tons of concrete. Excavator would speed up construction, especially of roads, footpaths, and groundworks, yes. We wouldn't need to use workers for building groundwork construction anymore. The steel mill groundwork construction took a while, but otherwise, upgrading some of our construction vehicles, yes. Fast, higher capacity concrete deliveries would be nice. If we have a vehicle production, then we could consider setting up the construction office sector with trucks, I guess. I wouldn't be comfortable switching the whole city over away from horse carriages yet. That might be a bit much. I don't mind the queue in front of the school, because there's no university education here, so however long it takes, it can take, I guess. But I also don't want to run into the issue of having unemployed people, uneducated people, I guess. Because that could be a problem. But yeah, if we start using excavators and bulldozers, we would have to import fuel. We'd need a fluid unloading station, other than the one next to the bitumen, because that one's temporary. Inside the construction office sector, probably. But the construction office sector would need cableway cars to be supplied with workers. I wouldn't trust horse carriages making it that way, that far. Buildings are fine, 40% or lower wear and tear. Vehicles, we're heading towards 50% wear and tear. 40 years old. Those vehicle replacements are gonna get expensive. I don't have a scrapyard yet. Although a knacker's yard, I guess. We should set one up. And then the resulting waste of that can go into the incinerator, and then we would create something that has metal scrap in it, because burning those carriages will probably leave some steel left over. The building has a white line at the bottom. I haven't had a look at it yet. Cableway cars has to be the next research after the vehicle production. So we can't get pollution filters yet. Unless we're fine with slow construction. It's not really slow construction, it's just that a massive building like a steel mill will take a year to build, which is, in the grand scheme of things, not that bad. The instant gratification in workers and resources has set in again, where we're like, I set this construction, I want it now, build it in a month, please. Throw as many vehicles at it as you can. Last construction phase for the incinerator. No one else should be on high priority for open hull materials, so this should be going quick. 1 board delivery, 1 steel, and 3 bricks. That's 5 horse carriages, that should be everything, I think. Just in time. With 20 tons of waste storage capacity to spare. Which I guess means I will unassign the distribution office for waste here now. They can run their current route, but focus on the other waste storages. I'll slowly feed this waste into the incinerator on this area. What are we doing with hazardous waste? You're transporting that all the way to the border yourself, aren't you? I think we're gonna incinerate... I think we're gonna incinerate hazardous waste too. I'll just deal with the metal scrap. That's why we want the distribution office anyway. So we have to load from the incinerator, unload into the storages as mixed waste, and load from the storages as metal scrap. And then bring it in front of the current city exit to be picked up by the distribution office. Those concrete deliveries. Building this with vehicles from the border would have taken a bit longer. I could have assigned the construction offices at the border with a bunch of concrete mixers, and then told those concrete mixers to pick up resources from the construction office over here and then use them for the assignment. Yes, they would have taken a long time getting here, but they would have then built relatively quickly. Or just set up more of the construction offices, I guess. Or move some additional concrete mixers in here. That would work too. They'll be here within 2 months. Might help a little bit. We'll bring the dumpers over, so we have a full construction office that is only mixers. I guess we have two too many mixers. But sure. Alternatively, I just have a bunch of vehicles in a vehicle depot and switch them around between construction offices as needed. But I think it's only an issue if you're building a very large building, and I don't think that's going to happen as often. Groundworks for residential buildings is a lot cheaper, and they don't need that much concrete. But for industrial buildings, it's going to be nice to have some extra mixers. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. Not much. Looking at maybe the last hour of the stream or so. I'm spent, but I had a lot of fun. I'm trying to get the steel mill up and running. Not sure we can do that in an hour, but I believe it might be possible. It seems difficult though. But more concrete mixers are on the way, and they'll be here in 2 months. Believe in the power of Blinky. Blinky is quite powerful, yes. Now it revealed that the camera in the bottom left is not actually me, but it's like a pet camera. Thank you for the follow, Evolution, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Is someone's pet? No. That's not what I meant. Alright, incinerator, go finish up construction. We'll need all waste dump trucks that are not in a technical service yet, and assign them to the incinerator. Maybe we can build up some technical services next to the steel mill area. Say what you say, how you say it, whether you say it. Just remember how you said it when you were spraying it. When you was spraying it? Sure. Alright. Hazardous and mixed waste. Go in here, please. And we'll deal with the resulting metal scrap infusion. That will be fine. Then we'll set 2 horse carriages to help empty out the storage at the entrance. Otherwise, that's not going to happen. That's all waste from the past that needs to be dealt with. You load mixed waste when it's over 10%. 3.9 tons. And then we would need a dump to drop it into. And in the beginning, I guess I can use a free one to make it work until the built ones are constructed. I'll deal with the ash removal for now. And then we afterwards we'll have to set up a way to deal with the metal scrap that will appear in it. Say what you say, Dr. Dre and Eminem. Not that familiar with that music. I mean, I know Eminem. I don't think I listened to Dr. Dre. So I'll have to feign ignorance by just being ignorant. I'll turn this to mixed waste only for now, because it's our only dump. I'll have to drop as much mixed waste in here as possible. And it shouldn't flip to metal scrap if the ash manages to rot away. We can empty it out later, once those storages up. I hope they're enough, if not we'll have to place some other ones. There's a bit more room up here, I guess. Well, one more waste storage, I guess. Let's make the last hour count. If it's gonna be an hour, I guess. I haven't streamed for 10 hours in a while. We got our research point from the decade. Total of 8 research points. And I guess we'll go into vehicle production, road vehicle production. Which is going to be a ton of tech to research. Stretch those streaming muscles. No, I'll do it for fun. Still material fatigue. Let's go. I think I'm going to stop educating people in this university. Oh, we're down to 32%. God dang it. Okay, we'll run the checkbox at 25 professors here potentially. We should still have the amount of loyalty required to run that many professors, right? I'm sure of it. Happy Canadian Family Day. Happy Canadian Family Day to you as well. What's all needed for vehicles? Steel, mechanical components, which we can make out of steel, electronic components, plastic if the vehicle is modern enough, fabric for the seats, I guess. That's about it. We'll incinerate all of this down, and basically whatever is in this storage could be incinerated to rot away. So this is all not a problem if we have an incinerator and enough room to dissipate it. The storage might not be enough to do that, but we're planning on that. We're building. It'll take a bit of time.
doesn't need to be a modern storage either. It would just be fine with an open storage like that. I don't need to go crazy with the setup. I just want the metal to come out of the building and be available in 2 other facilities, if possible. That wouldn't really work. If it's too short. Yeah, we don't need one that has vehicle loading capabilities, just the storage is fine. But we don't have forklifts yet, do we? No. Excavator. Bulldozer. Bus with 30 people capacity. Crazy. Just focus on the steel mill for now. It's fine. Those waste storages can wait. We're dealing with the waste for the moment. I think we'll also remove this waste into the incinerator. I don't know why we have that type of waste in here. I thought construction office mixed waste would have some construction waste in it, but I guess not. I'll need a technical service to manage the waste production inside the steel mill. I think it would be large enough to warrant a dedicated technical service in the area. And then I would probably build 2, because one could deal with the waste inside the city, and one could deal with the waste inside the steel mill. But then again, only if we go closer towards full production. In the beginning, not a concern. So, vehicle production research. Material fatigue. Ongoing. Lack of highly educated workers. 30% is not bad, but we're trying to push for as many as possible. We lost some loyalty because of that, I think. Not enough people could study. Almost down to 100 tons. But my god. Did the other horse carriages arrive yet? Yes, we have a full construction office full of concrete mixers now. I did say 60 tons for the brick horse feeder, but crop is not as compact, so they couldn't fit 60 tons in it. I was looking at the wrong statistics, I guess. No, it does say 60 tons of crops, but it's only 48. 48. Is that different for the wooden horse feeders too? It says 30 on those, and I think that matches. Nope, it's 24. So it doesn't show the crop storage capacity, it shows the tonnage storage capacity.
It's the same for looking at grain silos, where it shows you... Okay, this one doesn't show it. It shows the crop storage too, but I can show it with a warehouse, I think. It has a total capacity of 800 tons, and then 10% of that is not 80, but 64. So there's a discrepancy in that value, basically. No hazardous waste yet. Otherwise there would be some metal scrap in it. This junk. Should also set the demolition offices over. Although, like I said, I thought the mixed waste from demolition would have potentially construction waste in it. Otherwise I would have no qualms with dropping it into an incinerator. I guess it will have construction waste in it if the building collapses, because then everything is mangled together. Maybe if they do it manually, all the waste gets separated properly, but I can't guarantee that. So I guess the mixed waste from demolition would still go into its own waste storage and slowly be carried away by the distribution office at the border, which is set up to export any waste it incinerates. And we don't have to worry about that. Because a waste separation facility is quite far away. Modern technology, the research in the game will probably not get. Because that's not really 19th century city style. For the last bit of time, the stream is going to keep running, and we'll try and finish the steel mill. There's not much else construction going on. We did get whatever we wanted. We have to plan out the extension of the city. I have to think about where to bring a proper shopping center to. Once this one gets close to its capacity. We will need another grocer soon, I think. One here wouldn't be going amiss. Even though it's quite close to already an existing one. Maybe on this side. Depends on where the houses will go, I guess. Somewhere central. Off of the road leading to the bus platform, we can have a grocer here. For food and meat distribution. That wouldn't be a problem. Well, we put 50% more concrete distribution on the map, I guess, for the city. Or was it almost double? Definitely goes faster now. Helpful. We will go back to Carl Casey music. I'm gonna give it another shout out though. If you like this style of music, like I do. Then there can be more. Good playlists. It's a very shallow road here, so it's hard to extend properly. Guess we would have to do something like this instead. And once we get rid of this corner and build it more like a 90-degree angle junction across the train tracks, then we can smoothen out this section too if we want to. But yeah, this would give us access to the right side of the steel mill with the 3 factory connections. Because at some point I also want rail construction. And I don't mean rail track construction, I mean building trains. Which is 1 research away from vehicle production. So quite close. And making my own trains and train cars would be a pretty big money saver. As long as we have the workers for it. Which in this case we wouldn't, because it's too far to walk over to the other side of the steel mill, so I would have to worry about coming around with the housing development onto the western side of the steel mill, or build south or north of it and hope that it is in walking distance. Or do passenger transportation by cableway, which would be another research point. Or we could build some modernized trucks, buses I mean, for better passenger transportation. But then we require refueling infrastructure. So some choices have to be made. 72 tons of concrete missing for the current construction phase. And then steel, which hopefully doesn't take as long. There's more open hull carriages, but there's more open hull carriages and they have more carry capacity. It's just the distance is a little bit further. I mean, that's pretty much the extension of the road that I wanted. I think. Yeah. And then here I'm a little bit closer to the fence. Just thinking. So technical services could be here. If we're planning on moving towards road vehicles, which I kinda don't. What's the fuel price like? It depends on the fuel price pretty much. Nope. We can't go into road vehicles that much. We can have an excavator and a bulldozer, refuel it, but it's gonna be with horse carriages, I guess, for a while. We'll have to set up a farm somewhere. And for a harvester I would also spend the fuel, because that would produce a ton more crops than normal. But for sowing we can just use horse plows. The first harvester becomes available I think in 15 or so years, which is still a ways away. Nine years. Okay. 29 communal combine. We could produce those and put them on a farm, I guess. Epidemic, not very infectious, doesn't spread very much, could last a long time. Sure. "64 years of life expectancy in April. Incinerator doing its work, I guess." Also, we got the pandemic, I guess. No one's handling sewage in that fire station. Oh, that's not true. Wait. Didn't I have a technical service handling it over here? No, just the waste. I guess they're getting water and that's why they're making sewage now. They should be outside of range of the water distribution. I mean, there's no workers here right now. There will be. Yeah, I don't think this fire station was necessary. I was just so concerned with the coaling station. It could still collapse, it could still catch fire. It's definitely not receiving enough workers to be protected all the time. This is going to be 1 or 2 construction phases at the end. Steel and mechanical components, or steel framing and then machine installation. The city has been greenified.
That could be the next apartment block area. I think we'll have a road going across here. A footpath, I mean. And then a waste storage next to it. And then one more residential building next to the waste storage. Balconies facing towards the inside. And we'll move the waste storage accordingly so it lines up with the residential building. Not sure if that'll have enough room, but we can try. It will. Good. Well, it said it would. Maybe we should place the building first. Oh, that can clip a bit into itself. Oh, maybe not. I thought that was clipping. How close can you get? Oh yes, you can. Okay. We'll do that. Lines up with the other building too. And there's the waste storage. Perfect. And then this road connection would serve as an entry point for having a grocer somewhere in here. Don't think we need another bus platform. We can just have connections throughout this area and link everything up to the existing bus stops. And that would give us some more housing development. I will probably put more houses in here. A grocer and more houses. Just I think we have enough service buildings. No shopping center yet, but like I said, the grocers can deal with it.
This is worrying. We'll definitely need one, maybe two more grocers before we expand the settlement. Kindergarten and school? Yes, kindergarten will also be built. School, I don't know. I guess we could have the school inside the inner area, yeah. Will your heating plant be able to handle that range too? Yes. It is in range of the buildings. Is it new that you can see those connections from That's new, right? These buttons weren't here before, from unfinished construction tasks. I'm pretty sure those are new. Not sure how new, but I usually always copy the building and make sure the connections are there, but they are available now. Very handy. So currently all buildings are in range. Might be a little bit far away, but they are in range. There's some metal scrap. Yep, I'm getting metal scrap now. As long as it's only metal scrap and no construction waste, we can filter it out. Last construction phase, steel framing. One construction phase left. And after that, we'll have a functional steel mill. Hopefully. I don't think why I couldn't see why it wouldn't work. I'll provide a temporary technical service. We have one more. And then we have to think about where to place them permanently. If the heating plant can't deal with the range, then a heat exchanger could also be built. We'll need at least 2 kindergartens to deal with the settlement. Our current one is slightly overloaded. I don't really have any more room to place a kindergarten in this area, so one was planned next to the bus platform at the steel mill drop-off, and one could be down on this side, next to the Gallery of the Art, which would then be in range of everyone still. Except if we start expanding housing on that side. But by that point, we can drop another kindergarten next to those buildings too. Big Tech Uni? Not in there, no. Higher education. I guess you're right also. God. I mean, this would definitely put us over the population amount of the auxiliary settlement. I need to bring higher education to the megacity. And I still haven't thought about where to place the orphanages either. Loyalty is dropping. Because the orphanages are full. So we can't really rely on orphans for high loyalty, I guess. As was expected. So we're gonna go back over to educating them based on sport. And don't give them maximum loyalty. But still try to maintain at least 50% loyalty, because then the loyalty drop is somewhat reduced. And the workers are more efficient. But we're gaining a little bit of happiness. Lots of sports enjoyment. Some alcohol addiction. 26%. Let's educate them that way. Let's not care about too much about the loyalty of the orphans. I would have to worry about building more orphanages, I guess, to make that work reliably. And right now is not the time, I guess. Except for the people who get dropped into the orphanage and are just spending a tiny amount of time before they grow up. I don't know. It's probably fine. No loyalty barracks for the steel mill. Yes, send the orphans into the steel mill, I guess. We still have room for housing. This whole area could be housing. No, it's terrible. If the auxiliary settlement falls away, then we also have a population drop of about 3,000 people. Which I'm a little bit unhappy about. But we have to migrate everything into the megacity. Higher education is still missing. And the law enforcement, courthouse and prison. Although that one is not too bad to migrate. I'll have to think about that. I don't know. Thinking about not getting another research point for a while is kind of devastating. We get to 6,000 people and then 3,000 people slowly fade away. And we're back to 3,000 people. That's not going to be great. We're kind of locked in with the vehicle production though. So the permanent construction sector will have to wait. Okay, last construction phase. Once all resources are here, we can drop a ton of workers into it. Don't need to do that yet. Although I know that the construction office is going to do that. So I guess I'll just leave it to it. I'm a little bit worried about the food supply. This grocer does have some extra capacity, but it's also getting close to its limit. We're basically bouncing around between the two buildings, the shopping center and the grocer. I'll increase the capacity inside the grocer by allowing more workers into it, I guess. Should hopefully allow most people to get their food needs here. And not put the shopping center under too much stress. We don't want to go much higher than 50% of the building's capacity, because if it undergoes maintenance, it reduces its capacity by 30%. And then you might bounce over into the limit where you have a queue in front of the building. And that's when it could start spiraling. I think I'll build another grocer here. A bit more food supply for the area. Water and sewage and electricity we'll still have to provide for the furthest reaches. And at that point we'll also run into the situation where another technical office for horse carriages transporting water might be necessary. I think this is going to be a population density rich area. I'm not sure about a large university. I would like to build this as a dense housing area, really crammed. How much population can we fit into such an area? Probably a ton. We could also just fill it with these and not worry too much about it. They do have a capacity of 48 workers. And these ones hold 200. I was looking at the footpath, not at the building's placement. It should line up with the house, not with the footpath. Footpath doesn't matter as much. Oh god, we could just have really dense housing here. Just line it all up, the whole block. I don't know how that would look like if you just have them really dense like this. Maybe I do need to pay attention to the footpath access and just line those up. Looks quite dystopian. High density. If it doesn't look good, we can always demolish it. That always works. Should maybe use Lucky Leader's strat. I don't know. Lining this whole thing with a cluster of these houses everywhere, and then maybe running like footpaths in between them and making it a really, really weird. I don't know, that feels kind of like what some of the urban hell settlements look like that you find on certain websites, where it's housed directly on the road right next to another house. I didn't want to go that extreme, but it also sounds interesting. A little bit of metal scrap, that's fine. How many loading gates does the free dump have? I think only one. No, it has two. Lucky Leader method? Building roads on mountain? No. Getting precise building placement with exactly the same spacing, basically, just by using the copy method. So if you want to have two buildings and make them look like it's planned, so you can place them at any way, for example like that. I don't think Lucky Leader did it with rotation, but I'm going to try it with rotation right now. Then you use the clone method and you line up the previous building with the earlier one. Make sure that most of it is like in the green area. And then you just click. And you click. And you see where this is going. And then of course you could also switch to fine rotation, but since I didn't do that with the initial building placement, there we go. Didn't know that. Yeah, look at this nice little row of houses. Very, very pretty and precise. So I was thinking, if we build something like that inside this area, maybe we could use this method. Normally you can use it for lines like width, precise width spacing, without the rotation. So you then place it approximately like this. And then if you want, you can even double clone it and just make it a really fast method of having the same spacing between the buildings. It's pretty neat. I haven't used that much yet. This is still a bit of a mess, but if we want to have something a bit more barracksy looking. I mean, with the rotation it didn't really look that much like a barracks. And no, I wasn't making a clock. But having a circle of those houses could look kind of cool. Now we're not fast enough with the mechanical component deliveries. Covered, 1 ton. 23 more deliveries of mechanical components. The steel deliveries are already done, I guess. Game. Well, I guess we didn't have enough covered hull carriages too. I don't mind having too many grocers. I think that is a safe investment. I think this one's probably going to stay, and this one on this end might go down into this corner with a road connection. And I don't know if we will have... if we will have the an education system here, or maybe... Is that automatically lining up correctly? No, it's just coincidence. I don't know if we'll have a healthcare. No, healthcare we won't. I'm doing footpath connections so they can hopefully get to the existing hospital. If we have an education sector here, or the crime and justice migrated. Courthouse doesn't need a road connection, but the prison would. So if we have the prison in this area, then a lot of people could take care of that. We might need another secret police. I don't know what the situation is on that. I think there's so few houses that it isn't really struggling. Only problem could be the way it has to drive, that it is getting... It's gonna get quite busy and weird. 43% loyalty, yeah, we did let a lot of people with low loyalty move in. That's right. I couldn't make it quite so that this building didn't overlap the other residential buildings, so I created a little bit more space with a waste storage and hope it looks fine that way. I kind of want to redo this footpath connection and move it a little bit further down. It got in the way of the road connection, but I guess... I don't know. It's probably fine. Maybe move this waste storages a little bit. Get a footpath connection past the shopping center instead. That seems like we could do that. And then put the waste storage in here instead, with a little bit more of a gap to the footpath. I think it's going to be nicely designed, not dystopian, not yet. We'll have our low loyalty rural district. Apparently the loyalty is collapsing. Oof. Look at the incinerator starting operation. Is that the incinerator or is it the auxiliary settlement? It looks like it's the auxiliary settlement. What happened? Yeah. Quite a few losses. The prison is still operating normally. Maybe we're just drawing too many highly loyal workers out of the area and it's not able to repopulate the buildings correctly. But that wouldn't explain the population curve, I guess. So what happened? Lots of death. Winter, pretty much. Maybe it was just time. Maybe it was just time. Oh my... No, wait, we lost... No, we weren't at 7,000 yet. I want to get to 7,000. We did not lose 2,000 people. Just... We're fine. Please get the mechanical components here. This needs to finish. I'm getting so tired. We got 4 covered hull horse carriages, so we're getting 4 mechanical components per delivery. So we need to do 5 more deliveries. And then we have our steel mill. And you don't need to bring workers here. The workers walking onto the construction site are fine. You are gonna go here and wait until loaded for metal scrap. And then you're gonna dump it into the storage. You need to pump them horses full of meth to get them going. Nah, that's... There's a checkbox for that, but it doesn't work that well. I mean, it works well for emergency service vehicles, but for general transportation tasks, I would not rely on that, no. I'm gonna redo this footpath. That could have ended badly. Okay. Would have removed a lot of footpaths. Okay, where is it? About here. Too much. Starts glitching? No, it was just trying to demolish a lot of footpaths. When you go from this area to here, it tries to figure out a path, and it was just a line that it could draw, so there was no ambiguity on which way it wanted to demolish it, from here all the way to this way, which could have ended badly. Material fatigue research done. Next one is advanced engineering. I think I'll put it to 100% loyalty requirement again and put everyone onto the research. Sorry if you have high loyalty. Go to the public university. And then this footpath can connect in on that end. And I think that looks a bit nicer, at least on this connection. Not sure about that junction yet. Is it a junction when it's a footpath? I don't know. We could have a grocer on that end, but I guess... This could have also been a prison area. We could have the prison behind the heating plant, with a road connection on that side, footpath connection over here. Build the prisons in. I don't think they're small enough to fit in between this gap. If they do, that would be funny. No. But we could have prisons here. Not really intending to use them for prison labor, just saying we could. Now we build a prison in this niche. Only room for one, I think. Yeah. Trains seem to be working good. Yeah, they're set up well. They're working quite nicely. Another 3 deliveries. No, 4 deliveries total for the 4 covered hull carriages. We'll continue until this building is done. We'll have to start thinking about migrating the services from the auxiliary settlement and then cut off the auxiliary settlement as soon as we have a train platform in the area. Speaking of which, I have to think about where to put a train platform and run passenger trains. Maybe this could be a location for that, having another rail connection through here and then large train platform running through. Or, well, in the first case I guess it would return, but later on it could run through onto a secondary train platform for more passengers. Workers that need to handle the temporary construction of a sector and the train platform. I think that's a nice centerpiece between the residential buildings. It's just a footpath, but I think it will draw some looks. Still not sure if we're going to set up more houses though. Nope. You moved. That way. Maybe make the footpath 3-way crossing a little larger, then you can fit another monument. That's a good idea. How about we build the footpath around a large Lenin? But which way is the back gonna face of the large Lenin? I guess the commercial area. This way? Or maybe we use another monument. How about this one? I haven't built that one yet. It has such good reach these days. 165 meters. There's better ones. Even a large monument, the large Lenin statue has more reach. I think that one wouldn't look so good. From the side you definitely can see the lean forward, and from the rear, oh, it's Lenin. I can tell. What about a small statue? Definitely wouldn't cover any of the houses though.
We need him, Big Lenin. Another grocer, 2 grocers in this area. Because I think this is gonna be quite the population density. And I would like the workers, the citizens, to get off of the small shopping center as much as possible. Because the food supply there is not reliable. Otherwise it takes too much off of the carriages of work to keep that one maintained. I don't like the way it finished, I guess. It's just too... This line is not distinct enough. Okay, now I forgot how I set it up. God dang it. Oh, I think I remember. They basically don't connect directly, they basically always connect one into the side of another corner. So you have like one corner here. They need to be closer together. Let's just make a normal, as short as possible junction first. Where they directly run into each other. I'm not really set up in a good way to make this work. This is how I started it, I guess. I was like, oh yeah, this could work. Nope, I'll have to think about that next time. I can't figure that out again. Maybe next time. They basically have to head towards each other, otherwise it's not really gonna work. So this has to do a corner. Because it's not heading towards them. This one should do a bit of a corner. Where would the meetup point be? Can I get this one to show up here too? And then we do the whole... So you have 3 paths heading towards each other. And then you do the whole this curse. Well, first you need to go further forward. Then you curve this one. Move further forward. This one does a curve but slams into the first path with the curve. And then this one does a curve and
No, that's not how it works. Never mind. Maybe next time. Maybe it's gonna be something different. We can make a roundabout and put London in the middle. That always works. I check out your VOD. Nah. I don't want to start watching my own VOD. Mixed waste. Load metal scrap, if there's any. And metal scrap goes in here. That gets picked up from the border. Okay, I'll just load the metal scrap now. We'll get rid of the free storage. And this will have to handle the city's waste production as well as the steel mill. Mixed waste will be dumped in here. It might be just ash, it might be ash with metal scrap. The ash will rot away, leaving metal scrap. We'll have one horse carriage running between all of them to see if any metal scrap has appeared. And then it'll go to bring it to the destination. And will the fence be built? Once I decide that I want the road. I'm not sure about the road yet. That was just a concept of what might happen if the technical services and the distribution offices become lined up here. I still need to figure out where I want the citizen goods to appear. And this whole area needs to move. And we need either a heat exchanger or another heating plant in the area. If we put a heating plant here, then this whole area is going to suffer immensely. So it's probably going to be a heat exchanger instead. But right now I just want to finish the steel mill because there's so much stuff still needed to call the city stable and functional and let the auxiliary settlement become demolished. I also need to relocate all the people. Oh my god, my loyalty, no! That's population growth. Ugh, loyalty crash hard. Because we're not using the very high loyalty inside the cities, the MegaCity 19 center. We're allowing them to move in here, but we're not using it. Which means that the auxiliary settlement might be running a little bit low on those population counts with high loyalty. You know what? No more 0 to 25, no more 25 to 50. Just any building 50 to, well, not any building. These ones, no. These ones are just running through that population so quickly. These ones can stay low loyalty. But try and maintain your other houses with high loyalty. Anything other than these 4 buildings, any other building should be fine to have higher loyalty move into it, I think. This one especially is very susceptible to pollution. I'm gonna turn that one off. No more workers moving in here. The life expectancy through winter is horrendous. We need the loyalty machine to migrate over. I need the prison. probably not here because I kind of closed off the road. I could open up the road again, but I don't know if I want to. We could move the... I did say I wanted to have the grocer back here, I guess. Which would snake a road through the whole area. And I kind of like that idea. Halfway overlapping with the waste storage. Will give us more flexibility on what we want to do in this location later on. And we might have a nice curved footpath out of this location. This was too tight. And kind of janky. Or can we get a road connection through here? Yes. Yes, we can. Quite easily, in fact. I don't know if I like it though. I think this connection will look a little bit more natural. Without a fence, the King of England could just walk into your steel mill. True. I don't have the resources to worry about that right now though. I don't have a sawmill. I don't know if you saw that. Okay, we'll build it like this, I guess. We'll have a grocer. Let's see what else we can fit into this location, if the footpaths will stay like that. Don't you have supermarkets unlocked? Yes. But I like grocers more because they're more efficient at distributing food to people. Basic example. Grocer, 15 citizens workers for 105 shoppers. And small shopping center. 30 workers, which is double for only 180 shoppers. Or 20 workers for 100. Most people only want food and meat. Sometimes they want clothing. No one gets electronics in my republic. So the only time they will go to a shopping center is if either there's no room in the grocers, it's shorter, or they would want something else too, like electronics, I guess. Currently I only have one other grocer, which is a little bit overloaded, but I like those way more. Because they have a decent amount of food storage, nothing else gets stored in here, and meat. The grocer has 2 factory connections, yes. Two factory connections and room for 2 vehicles being parked. Can't sell electronics. Yep. It's just food and meat. Except the modern one. The modern one, for some reason, can sell everything these days. Lots of metal scrap, and the distribution is already helping with emptying it out. But I do need a direct route that constantly checks all the storages, otherwise it's not gonna work. No waiting until loaded here. Gotta check all the storages. Otherwise we can't dump the ash from the incinerator somewhere. Did you just dump metal scrap on here? That was confusing. Or did I multiply metal scrap on accident? Okay, one kindergarten, the other one down next to the other. A grocer. Every residential building will be in range of those two. There's none in this area until we build one where the clothing factory currently is. It's a temporary clothing factory, it can be moved later on. Where's the entrance on that building anyway? I always thought there's a patio out the back of the kindergarten. Oh god, no. Not that many footpaths. That's fine, thank you. So we got our source building mixed waste, our destination building metal scrap, and then our intermediate storages, which... Oh, that's why you unloaded metal scrap here, because I didn't set those checkboxes yet. Yeah, that's a bad thing. You're just carrying metal scrap around instead of bringing it to the right storage. That was the mistake. Okay, that should be fixed now. Stop dropping metal scrap everywhere. Thank you. Don't drop metal scrap here. Pick it up. Bring it to the only storage that should have metal scrap. The one outside the city. Current city's limits. 3 more deliveries, maybe 4, and then we have all the mechanical components to finish the steel mill. Looks like the stream went half an hour longer than it should have been, hopefully not much more longer than that. We're already over 10 hours, approaching 11. We can drop the courthouse in here, that would be possible. I might need another police station. Thankfully they're quite compact. I don't know if I want to create like a green space with the courthouse in the middle, or if that's too wasteful. I don't think it's too wasteful because we still have a bit of space to fill out with a city, so having these slightly more pompous areas wouldn't be too bad. I don't know if I can put a prison here. Oh my god. We can have the prison here too. Right next to the kindergarten. It's like, yes, we got the cinema, well, we have the theater, gallery of the art, museum. You can drop off your children at the orphanage, no, it's a kindergarten. The kindergarten, and you can also have a prison here if you want. There's 3 horse carriages heading this way, which means we might have enough. So after this, with the courthouse and prison, and the police station, we would have migrated the crime and justice system, I guess. Then the only thing missing would be the university and the orphanages to maintain a stable population. The orphanage district would be something we would have to plan, because there would be a couple in that one. Probably starting with 4 per district, surrounded by residential buildings. These ones will provide enough workers easily. It looks like we're running into a couple unemployment issues. So the steel mill can't complete fast enough, I guess. Right now we can soak up a bunch of workers in here, that's fine. I must make sure to not allow too many workers in the steel mill, because we're going into winter and I don't want the whole settlement to collapse from excessive amounts of pollution. So yeah, we might have the prison here. It's right next to a bus stop too, with most people having a known loyalty. My god, people have really low loyalty in here. I mean, I guess I did allow any loyalty to move into the settlement, and we're not boosting anything right now, so there's that. I would have to designate houses for certain amounts of loyalty. At least the school is helping with boosting the loyalty in the area, which is helpful. Oh yeah, school we also need. School and university district. Here you need to fix your loyalty. A school fixes loyalty for the majority of population. And the university boosts it even further, but the prison system is the thing we need to maintain loyalty for a certain amount of population. Right now I'm just spreading myself too thin because I'm allowing high loyalty to move into any building whatsoever. But at least the prison stays on, and that one always generates a couple people with very high loyalty. Anything else is on top. Yes, we do get a couple very loyal people from the prison, and they started the whole trend with going into a school or university as a teacher or professor and propagating that loyalty to a lot of people. I think right now another issue is that we just don't have that much capacity in the university. %, higher education, still dropping. So we will have to plan with a large university and try and get that one started again. Alright, go that way, I guess. Two more deliveries, tons of workers already. We'll see what the train says. We can monitor our throughput on the steel mill based on the aggregate storage for iron, how much it has. We don't have a train yet to export the steel. I need to buy one and run it into the steel mill. But first we'll see if we can export waste from the steel mill itself. Probably not. I'll have to prohibit external waste disposal. But then again, we're just handling it with a technical service already. I mean, the waste card, I guess, kind of became obsolete already. There we go, all resources present. And we're only half an hour over the intended time. Let's see how it functions. And let's limit its production to 10% of its capacity. 50 workers. It is done. Would be funny if it immediately caught fire, I guess. So another building to make pollution in the area, very nice. Making our own steel. This year is not really a good indicator of how much steel consumption we have every year, because we basically built a steel mill. Last year, 160 tons. So if we make half a ton per day, we're good. Oh look, we already made more than half a ton per day. This is sufficient for our domestic supply at the moment and will provide export opportunities. I need to modify the train's destination and see if we can handle waste locally. What are you producing anyway? Is it just... It is making metal scrap. Okay, if it's making metal scrap, then that's... I don't know. Let's try it. Let's put some waste into the building itself by prohibiting waste disposal. Doesn't have to be a lot. I just would like to see... Oh, we can filter the metal scrap out directly. That's how we get it. Can we? We should be able to. I don't know if it filters out cleanly. Get the waste removed from the waste storage and see if we can get clean waste. Then I will have to tell the technical service to bring the metal scrap directly to the external storage. But if that works, then the train car will not be needed, I guess. I'm still going to try the train car though. So for now, coaling station, and try the steel mill. Unload coal and iron. And load waste, mixed waste. Let's set it to wait until loaded for mixed waste so we can see if it's working or not. It's not producing that much waste. A little bit of metal scrap and the rest can be burned down to ash, which will be fine. Question is just if it's going to be clean, or if there will be a little bit of residue of metal scrap inside. Both would be fine. If we get the majority of metal scrap, it'll be fine for external handling. We already set it up in a way where the metal scrap can be managed. I should set up an end station, because then the horse carriage would only leave it if it has some metal scrap in it. Green steel, yep. It's filling up quite quickly. I also need another train. Let's see. Oh god, it's sending out the trains at the other side of the customs house now and sending them through the city. Great. Alright, sure. I need steel export. By production date, so the Stuttgart 11 meters. Go pick up those wagons, please. There'll be a train waiting until loaded for steel, nothing else. And then dumping it. Actually, I didn't need that one. I said I would use the construction material train. No, I'm just going to use the dedicated train. It's going to dump it in here. What is the other train going to do then? The one hauling construction materials around all the time. It only carries 35 tons, so definitely wouldn't have had enough capacity. Is it just going to not do steel anymore? It's definitely not going to import steel anymore, that's for sure. It'll load steel at the... construction sector. That's where we transfer steel over to the other train. It'll be its supply. It could also go through the steel mill, I guess, but then I would have to leave some steel there all the time, and it doesn't need to go through, I guess. Why is there no asphalt here? No, they're heading this way. Okay. Train arrived. It's loading the mixed waste, slowly. Which means we could export it by train. That's interesting. If we just make a storage for metal scrap. It loads so slowly though. I don't think it's a good idea. It's too slow, isn't it? Well, it's faster than the production right now. Quite overwhelmed. More prisoners. Well, this is... You're gonna have to export, sure. Mixed waste. I don't think you're gonna go to this building. We're gonna get rid of your waste train car, I think. So you're also not gonna export the mixed waste. We're gonna go to the train depot, and the waste train car is gonna become obsolete, I think. Crime death spiral? Yes. We just slowly broke over 20% of the cases this year, which is in November. It is truly a crime death spiral. Let's see if it's clean. It is clean. We can filter out all the metal scrap. As long as the technical services have enough capacity. There will be no metal scrap generated into the mixed waste by the steel mill. Okay, that lowers the amount of metal scrap. A lot. A single horse carriage running around all the time will be able to manage this. Has the single train already run through here? There it is. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's one more train car in the customs house, I'm pretty sure. Gotta pick that one up. Yep, we'll make the temporary construction office sector the transfer point for the steel material right now. I like messing with the loyalty. I'm also glad it's not rock solid. It's definitely difficult to maintain, I think. I'll have to figure something out. Probably more orphanages. And back to loyalty boosting. It's fine. There will be fewer orphans at some point. Maybe. I don't think so. We're running a steel mill now. I need so many orphanages. There was talk about an overflow orphanage. I don't know if we should set that up. An adoption agency at the border. Well, we could also set up an adoption agency at the steel mill, I guess. Both would be quite mean. Train has arrived. You can get rid of your waste car and continue as normal. I'll have to see how the iron consumption is, because the train might be insufficient at importing enough. It definitely might be insufficient at importing enough. Jesus. We're running through materials so quickly. Okay, we'll have to assemble a bunch of trains. Wait until loaded for steel. The coal train will have to be a long coal train. Unload steel at the construction material storage and then export at the border. Going through here. Never try to, like, some way snake your way through here. Even though you can, but you're not supposed to. Unload steel. Okay, I guess we'll make... I want to end the stream. Next time we'll have to set up a dedicated iron train, a dedicated coal train. Orphanage needs budget. Well, the budget is being made by exporting steel. For sure. How much capacity do we have with the steel export? Also, you're entering the correct way, yeah, I think so. 175 tons of steel, sure. I just got here. No, it's not how it works. I saw messages from earlier. My brain remembers that. No, I got it. I gotta set up the trains next time, guys. We got our steel mill up. It's producing quickly. We need more trains running resources from the border. And maintain this. Hopefully our... God dang it. Hopefully our network will be able to maintain this. Never stops. And we can bring in enough coal and iron to produce enough steel. Life expectancy is dropping. That is the other thing. That's going to create a ton more orphans, which will put the orphanages over too much strain. We might have to reduce the throughput even more, especially through winter. I don't know, we'll try it, we'll see how it runs. Here we're at 60 years, that's okay, I guess. Anyway, we'll see what happens next time. As always, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. tomorrow. Not sure of workers and resources. We'll see. Let me see where I can rate you. Some English stream of a similar nature would be appropriate. Anyone in workers and resources streaming in English? Jimmy is streaming in English. Let me check real quick how it's going. Oh, wait, good progress.
I guess that's a good thing. That
We're gonna rate over to Jimmy. 1940, 2,300 people almost. Made good progress with the settlement. I guess we'll learn how it's going with the finances though. Might be okay, might not be. Oh, with an eye that way. If you want to stick around for more workers and resources, please do. If not, that is absolutely fine too. I wish you a very good start to your week, rest of your Monday afternoon, wherever you are. I'll be back tomorrow probably. Thinking maybe something else than workers and resources, but usually my workers and resources enthusiasm refreshes within half a day after a good night's sleep. But I can't guarantee it. This was a pretty intense weekend. But yeah, until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.